All right, mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's roll, y'all. Good amount of 1 hour and 34 minutes of conversation that we could have before the fight. But what else is there to really talk about other than the fact that this is a historical event, right? A historical event that is beyond the proportions of what we can truly understand. I'm serious. The magnitude of that fight, I'm telling you, it is insane. Guys, let me know. Am I echoing by any chance? Yeah, mic check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the greatest show on earth, UFC Freedom 250. Brought to you by everyone on the Epstein list. Brought to you by a house full of war criminals. What? Who said that? Hey, get that guy. All right, y'all. Oh, wow. What is all this static? Man, that's a lot of static. Okay. How about now? All right, mic check. 1, 2. Are there any echoes? Let me know if there's any echoes. Okay, that's what I was concerned of. What about now? All right, mic check. 1, 2. That's a little bit better, I'm assuming. Less echo or no echo at all. All right. There is some echo going on in that one. All right, Charles. Dang, man. What is going on with the echo? Wow, man, that's a crazy echo. Oh, no. Sound like T-Pain in this bitch. Welcome. What about now? I wonder if there is no echo now that I didn't play back. That I didn't play it back. All right, so I think that's what I have to do, right? Let me know if you guys are hearing me okay with no echo, no interference of any kind. That's sort of what I'm looking for right now. Come and confirm with me if that's what you guys are hearing right now. Shout out to everybody across the world that is tapped in right now. We are here to react. 1 hour from now is the Steve Garcia versus Diego Lopes fight. So let me know what you guys think about that. What is your favorite fights of the evening? And who do you see remaining on top in the main event? And by the way, welcome to the loading session. From what it seems, the audio is getting better and better and better. So I would assume that, yeah, man, we're gonna get some good audio, and we're gonna read the comments in a bit. 49 minutes into this live stream, and we have just been informed that the White House card will be delayed due to potential rain and lightning. So I just wanted to give this a little bit of a PSA for all you guys out there. And, well, all right, at least from this point, let's start reading the comments. All right, so comments that we got right here. John Dong says, what's up? All right. King Topuria, hi. Lo pasan en live. Walter David N6E says, I'm trying to sound like that Telemundo guy. Skander Bigo says, when are you going to start sharing the fights on your screen? He says, loud music on, dude. Okay. Yeah, it's Trump's birthday. Today's the big day. Aaron Maga says, Kyrie, we need to get Gane to win to make Aspinall vacate his belt. John Jones via eye gouge. No. Mark Haney says, LOL, lies. Just had pulled out Diego to replace him. Okay, that's what they were talking about. Otherwise, it would be like what Bass Rutten told. Aaron Maga says the solution is, you're right. Gane never plant his feet. True. Scanner, bro, I have my red, white, and blue top hat on. All right, man. So feeling a little patriotic there. He says, Aaron Maga says, I think Pereira has a chance if he steps forward and not letting Gane plant his feet. Okay. Pronto says, please respond to me. Okay, here I am. Sorry about that. I says, come on, camera now. Maybe not today. Aaron Maga says, what do you think about my first comments about the Pereira fight? Okay. This is better this time, bro. It's fine. A little echo, no echo at all. I hear you. I think this Bass written a comment. He says, good now. Yes, sir. I hear echoes loud and clear. Scandy Bigo says, so what's the news about dude who was stabbed by... Okay, that's the Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, man, that seems to be doing a lot of views on that one. So I figured, you know, why not stick to it if it's doing some pretty good views. He says, so what's the news about dude who stabbed the other one? He says, I'm chilling. Europa time 034. Okay. We can talk a little bit. I'm on my night shift. Okay. Shout out to Samuel Pronto and his night shift all the way out in Europe, my man. I believe Belgium. He says, come on live, bro. Here I am. Samuel Pronto says, on the other hand, Pereira, very good in forwarding the attack, but I've get pushed back. He's not good at attacking. Okay. What time does the fight start? The fight starts at 5 p.m., which should be less than an hour from now, but I believe there is a potential rain delay going on. So something to think about. Samuel Pronto says, I heard a comment from Bass Rutten about Alex versus Cyril, and it's about the footwork in the outside ways. I've Cyril do a good job about footwork. He will be able to maybe catch Pereira. Okay, so just so you guys know, Samuel Pronto, his English is not his first language, right? So just so you guys know, if you detect any error as I read it. Aaron Maga says, is it possible for Justin to make history tonight? I think so. Victory says, I'm freaking pumped. Aaron Maga says, rip Oliver Tree, R.I.P. Oliver Tree. Huh? Okay, yes, that's right. There was, I heard about that. Okay. Daniel Berry Sports Highlight says, what's good, everyone? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. He says, been waiting on this one. Shout out to Mark Haney, the legend on the chat, man. He says, let's go. Yes, fam. Let's go, man. All right, man. We wait on, and the countdown continues. Skander Bigo says Trump better stop the peace deal for them to stop the rain. Yeah, man. This is a confirmed fact, by the way. I'm going to look this up. I'm going to show you online, see if it's a fact. It's a confirmed reality, guys. Freedom 250 White House fight is being delayed right here. Yeah, UFC Freedom 250 was originally scheduled to begin at 8. You know how Mother Nature is. Forced the UFC to White House to adjust course. Thunderstorm projected to get at Washington, D.C. during a much publicized card. The UFC has delayed its fight approximately 9 p.m. Very interesting. Okay, so that means 6 p.m. The promotion announced earlier in the afternoon that the event will begin at 8 p.m. Paramount, but the fight actually is being held back for a potential hour. Okay, guys, so this is what I'm going to do in the meantime then, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to play an old video of mine regarding Tom Aspinall's dad, okay? I think you guys are really going to enjoy it. Obviously, Tom Aspinall is the focal point of this whole entire argument, considering the fact that Tom Aspinall is in this limbo right now, right? As is he the world heavyweight champion, but they didn't strip him yet? Let's go back in time when they were going to get at John Jones and strip him, right? Or before they were contemplating on doing that. Let's go back to that time right now. Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch John Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. John is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for John Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. The only difference is that now we have to figure out who is the best heavyweight in the UFC. Now, I think that is besides the point of this video. You want to know why? Because obviously, Tom Aspinall is in a position right now where we can even argue the fact that he is better than Jon Jones. Now, we're not talking about just setting up the fights, because that right now is sort of up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen with that and the contract negotiations and the strategy behind Jon Jones's team in ways of trying to get more money from the UFC. Okay, but that is besides the point. What is important is understanding Tom Aspinall is already here. Now, he's not there yet because in terms of fighting Jon Jones, but he's there. Now, the question is, how did he get here? Because that is the main topic at hand that we want to talk about. Obviously, over the years, we've seen Jon Jones dominate the light heavyweight division for a very long time. And now all of a sudden, Jon had decided after the Dominic Reyes fight to jump into the heavyweight division. And now what happened? Cyril Gane. He gets the undisputed championship, not the interim championship. And now the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world right now is so heavily disputed. But guess what? That right there is a life story for Tom Aspinall to complete later on. Right now, let's look at his past life experiences to sort of understand where this man is right now in his current career. And so the obvious theme that I'm trying to emphasize here is that you cannot have a plan B when it comes to searching for glory. And by the way, Tom Aspinall's dad, Andy Aspinall, is the main topic at hand of this particular story. Look, we all talk about the epidemic that is going on with fatherless homes and things of that nature, right? So it's very refreshing when we run across a story like Tom Aspinall and his dad. Now, what a lot of people don't know is that Tom Aspinall's dad had decided he was going to quit his job so that he can focus on Tom Aspinall's talent full time. He recognized early on, hey, you know what? This kid has a talent. And if I put all my eggs in this basket, it's going to work out. And I think this story right here is very important for a lot of people to really learn and understand. You want to know why? Because there's a lot of people out there that have, let's say, a halfway approach to the goals that they are trying to accomplish. Now, look, people need to understand, if you want to become a doctor, if you want to become an engineer, if you want to become a lawyer, these things are highly attainable, way more attainable than being the heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC, in the heavyweight division. However, there is something that Andy noticed about Tom that was special, and he decided he was going to go all in on that. And I think this is something a lot of you really need to understand. There's people out there that are going through life halfway into whatever goals that they want to do, and it starts very young. You see, when you're young, people tell you, hey, you know what? You got to go out there. You got to get a job. You got to go out there. You got to fulfill these particular obligations. You got to go to school. But here's a reality. What if a job or what if a school is not good for your journey? You see, during this weekend, not only did Jon Jones and Stipe fight, but another legend fought, and that was Jake Paul. Kidding. Obviously, Mike Tyson was also part of that. But the first trainer of Mike Tyson told him, hey, you know what? We can't put you in school. You want to know why? Because it's not a good environment for a future heavyweight champion. Now, I don't know why Custom Model thought that. I could give you a couple of theories as to why. One is probably because of the fact that you do nothing in school but take orders all day, and you're sort of missing out in training. You see, you can wake up in the morning and train very early and this and that, but then where is your recovery time, right? You're going to be in school sitting in these hard chairs for 6 hours on and on, being told what to do, being programmed in your brain, being told that, hey, you know what? If you don't go to college, if you don't get a degree, or you don't do this and that, then you're never going to be anything. And then guess what? It does nothing but steer you towards a plan B. And this right here is the story that we're going to emphasize with Tom Aspinall and his dad, Andy Aspinall, which, by the way, is a very intriguing story in and of itself. So the best way to really convey this story is go through articles leading up to 3 or 4 major fights that sort of made Tom Aspinall the Tom Aspinall that we know him today as the #1 threat to John Jones. And those 4 fights in particular are the Curtis Blades fight, his last loss, by the way, literally lost in 15 seconds due to a knee injury. And then the Myson Tybura fight, the Sergey Pavlovich fight, and then the Curtis Blades fight. Well, this article that we have in front of you right now was just right before the Curtis Blades fight. Okay. Very interesting story right here. UFC London's Tom Aspinall is the dad of 3 on the cusp of a UFC heavyweight glory who almost quit MMA out of frustration. By the way, there's the Plan B diagnosis right there, right? Almost quit MMA out of frustration. And to be fair, and to be honest with you, Dana White said it best. MMA is an opportunity, not a career choice. Oftentimes you hear people complain about fighter pay and things of that nature, but that is the reality of the situation, right? It will make a lot of people quit out of frustration, even if you have a winning record. Okay, so Tom Aspinall set to rock the O2 Arena tonight. This was back in 22. Okay. Will top the UFC bill tonight. Pivotal heavyweight showdown against Curtis Blades. Okay, so these are some of the photos that involve Tom Aspinall here. Aspinall is stunningly on the cusp of winning a world title, okay, less than 2 years after his debut in the promotion. I believe his debut in the promotion was in, when was that? That was in 2020. Okay, so he came in literally during the pandemic. So, yeah, Tom Aspinall came into the pandemic. He's not looked back since making his octagon bow on Fight Island, where he brutalized Jake Collier in 45 seconds. Then earns 36,000 pounds, which is $50,000 in American dollars out of performance bonuses. See, I don't even understand the British pounds and the American dollar exchange, but I know that 36 equals to $50,000 because guess what? That is the performance bonus that they give out. So Tom Aspinall at the time was 29, has all comers in record time, 5 octagon outings. Okay, so, but let's go back to his father right here. But the team Gaboon's journey, which began in his garden shed with his dad Andy at age 6, was far from an easy one, with financial struggles being ever present. And again, remember, this is one of those situations that's going to want to make you quit. He told BBC, MMA in the UK, especially being a heavyweight, it's near enough impossible to make a career out of it. I absolutely had no money and had decided to provide for my family. Some days I'd only have literally 20 quid to my name. Inactively early in a professional career, which was often the result of opponents pulling out at the last minute, not only deprived Aspinall of the opportunity to better himself, but denied him much needed money to feed his family. So you see, this right here, this is exactly what I'm talking about, okay? Is that you got to understand these types of pressures will make you quit. They will absolutely make you quit because you start thinking to yourself, you start really looking at the situation and you're like, well, is this really worth it? Is this journey really worth it? He recalled being a heavyweight MMA fighter in the UK is very tough. I had 3 little kids and had not a fight in 2 years because opponents kept pulling out all the time. There's just not a lot of active heavyweights, especially in the UK. So it's difficult to get fights and people want to protect their records. Yeah, it's just a tough time. By the way, Cain Velasquez had the same problem in the UFC. And not only that, even way before the UFC, he had 1 pro fight and they had to sign him to the UFC because realistically, nobody really wanted to fight him. and it made a very difficult time for his development. But eventually, Cain Velasquez made it to UFC, beat Brock Lesnar, went up through the rankings, and the rest was history. But Aspinall's frustration with not being able to get a fight, as well as his need for cash, almost prompted him to quit MMA, according to The Sun, USA. He said, I had a child, then we found out we were having twins. I wasn't getting regular fights, and people were like, what are you going to do? How are you going to provide for your family? Once again, talking about the whole Plan B situation, right? For whatever reason, Tom Aspinall believed in himself, and this is me saying this. I'm not quoting this news article right now. Okay, he decided, you know what? I'm not going to have a Plan B. I'm going to go through with this full commitment head on, and that's that. I was training all the time, but the fights weren't coming, and that was probably the toughest time of my career. But his mom and dad, who were happy to lend him a score or two to pay the bills, convinced him not to pack it in. So there it is. Andy told the BBC, me and his mom, we sat down and we lent him money and we helped out. There was a lot of arguing and crying. Now, obviously, this is one of the things that will make a lot of people quit. Okay, you got to understand, when there's money situations involved and it becomes tough and it becomes hard, man, let me tell you, people start arguing, people start panicking, and people really start becoming jaded to your dreams and whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. So that right there is point taken right there, right? There was a lot of crying and a lot of arguing, according to The Sun. We told them, please give it a go and see how you get out. I always felt Tom could make it to the top, so we went through a heartfelt, you've got to do this. Eventually, he turned around and he came back. So in other words, there it is. This is the main theme of the story. Andy decided he was not going to have a Plan B. And for Tom Aspinall to think about quitting, he was also telling him, look, you can't have a Plan B. There is only Plan A. And that is for you to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Now, it was a relief for Andy, who wholeheartedly believed his son could make it to the top of the sport and looks back on their early training with great fondness. Okay? Now, here's something you got to understand, right? Every fighter goes through this, which is why it's not the most ideal career. That's something that a lot of people have to understand. Andy recalled in a UFC interview, Tom started to grapple when he was 6 years old, or even 7. When he was about 10 or 11, he started to really enjoy it. And because I was teaching jiu-jitsu, he was with me every day. And I quote from Andy Aspinall, and I quote, he did all the traditional sports, jiu-jitsu, boxing, and wrestling. Then I met Colin Heron from Kaboon, and it just came from there. Now, for those of you that don't know who Kaboon is, this is the team that he had trained with in Liverpool, along with Darren Till and along with Colin, that he had mentioned here in the article. Aspinall would eventually get consistency so desperately craved in 2016 in Full Contact Contender with 3 fights in 3 months. Okay? But inactivity would soon plague him as soon as it ended up going 2.5 years without fighting. Okay, so imagine this. He went 2.5 years without fighting. Aspinall ended his hiatus of his career back-to-back first TKO victories in Cage Warriors 101 and 107, which ultimately saw him to get a call in the UFC. And he's gone from strength to strength, making it to the promised land of MMA, stopping Collier, Alan Baudon, Sergey Spivak, and submitting former UFC and Bellator champions Andrei Arlovsky and Alexander Volkov. By the way, just remember, this is an article that was from 2016. So Aspinall is a far cry from where he was a handful years ago and finds himself touching the distance of a UFC title. Okay, so now he's in the UFC. Now he's on the cusp of touching a UFC title. So a solid victory over Blades tonight. And by the way, this article is from 2022. Okay, so July of 2022. So just keep in mind and keep that in perspective a little bit, okay? He said, I will take it as it comes, the same way I do everything else. You can't guarantee the future, can you? you can't guarantee what's going to happen. I will cross that bridge when I come across it, he says. So obviously we knew how that fight had ended up. 15 seconds, he was out just like that. And we move on to 2023, where he is about to come back. After his comeback, he obviously came and beat Myson Tybura, first round TKO performance of the night back in July 2023, a year after, literally a year after, like literally 365 days. Look at this. Look at this right here. Literally 365 days, July 23, 2022. Now it's July 22, 2023, and there it is, right? The Myson Tybura win right after that, okay? So, yeah, obviously now they're back in the mix, and now let's go to this article right here, right? Tom Aspinall, a proud dad of 3 on the brink of a heavyweight glory at UFC 295, almost quit MMA out of frustration. Again, literally the same article, almost the same article, but within November. This was right after the Myson Tybura fight. This is going into the Sergey Pavlovich fight now. Okay, so let's go to that article. Okay, set to make Madison Square Garden history. Okay, this was his own Madison Square Garden history that he had made, similar to John Jones this weekend. Let's get to the article. These are all the pictures that they have. Standing between the Wigan Warrior and becoming Britain's 3rd UFC title holder is the Russian wrecking machine, Sergey Pavlovich. Now, Tom Aspinall is a dad of 3. By the way, many people don't know that. 30 years old at the time, had blasted through all of his opponents since making his UFC debut in Fight Island. Okay, so we all know that. We've mentioned that in the last article. He told the Sun earlier, I've had a couple of tough times earlier in my career, stuff with injuries and not being able to get matches. And I was really struggling for money at few points, which is tough because I got children and stuff. And it was tough. And by the way, here's something you guys got to understand, right? This is a common thing that makes a lot of people quit. Obviously, you're out here trying to reach glory for being an entertainer or being an athlete. And then you have all these situations that you have to face as a struggling parent. And again, are you going to risk it all, or are you going to take the plan B? Again, the overall main theme of this whole entire story, right? But as we move on, let's get back to the article. Okay. So he told the Sun a couple of times, yeah, that's injuries, matches that was struggling for money at a few points, which is tough because I got children. He says Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad. So obviously the main thesis of this whole entire story is that Andy Aspinall did not budge one bit. Aspinall was convinced to continue fighting by his dad and longtime coach Andy and his mom, who helped him while he was enduring a financial despair following a frank and honest sit down. So they've had a sit down and they had this conversation and said, hey, you know what? You have to do this. Because if you don't do this, you got nothing else, Tommy. You know what I mean? If you don't do this, what else are you going to do with your life? So, you know what? That's what it is. Okay, so as we move on to the article, that conversation fortified his belief that he would one day compete for the UFC gold and eventually compete in the Big Apple. Okay, so again, the same story goes. He continued, on the other hand, I expected to be here. He said that he expected to be there. This wasn't something that Tom Aspinall doubted for 1 minute. He never doubted for 1 second that he was going to be here. So moving on, Aspinall is proud as Punch. What an interesting expression of language. Aspinall is proud as Punch with what he's achieved in his career, although he won't sit back and smell the roses until he calls time on his career. By the way, many people would argue that Jon Jones is sort of calling to smell the roses right now in his career and calling it time on his career, as opposed to Tom Aspinall, who's right now in his prime. But another story and another topic for another time. He said, I think about how far I've come and stuff. It's good, but I don't really have time to do all that. I think that it's something that I look at when I'm retired, because the minute I'm just in the moment, at the minute, I'm just looking forward to Saturday, which, by the way, this was the Sergey Pavlovich fight that I'm reading about. Aspinall must pass one of the toughest tests in mixed martial arts, which is Pavlovich, to achieve his dream winning UFC gold. So for those of you that remember, obviously, this was Tom Aspinall's fight with Sergey Pavlovich. The Wigan Warrior is confident in becoming Britain's third UFC champion, which he did. The Russian Behemoth was the backup fighter for the canceled fight between Jon Jones and Stipe. So how about that? Stipe and Jon were supposed to fight during that time. They never did. They did this weekend, but in came Tom Aspinall and Sergey Pavlovich. So we all know what happened to that particular story, right? Tom Aspinall had beaten Sergey Pavlovich, and then he moved on to take on Curtis Blades once again to avenge his loss from literally 2 years. Okay, 2 years of UFC London. Well, now it's UFC Manchester, obviously. But yeah, so moving on. Obviously, this isn't so much about the biography of Tom Aspinall, but rather more of his dad's perseverance to try and encourage him, which I think is an important lesson here for many people out there that are searching for glory. So Andy says, I quit my high-paying job. Now, this is a revelation that's different from the other news articles. Obviously, Andy had a high-paying job. Let's find out what that is, and maybe we will, maybe we won't. But for what we know in face value and what Andy is telling us here in TalkSport article, he quit a high-paying job to teach his son MMA in his back garden, which obviously is some things that you've seen in these photos right here, right? This is literally the back garden that Andy Aspinall is talking about right here. So let's go on to this article by Talk Sports, right? Just right before I believe this was just right before the Curtis Blades rematch. So British MMA star became the interim heavyweight champion by knocking out Sergey Pavlovich at UFC 295 in New York last November. So now we go from November to this summer in July. Okay. So right here, this is Tom Aspinall right here in this photo. But yeah, so Aspinall's journey to the top of this sport started when he was 19, when his dad walked away from a lucrative job to help harness his son's athletic ability and eventually open a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu school. Obviously, that is why we have Aspinall Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which, as you would imagine, the membership of that gym is probably at an all-time high right now and an all-time demand, being that it's Tom Aspinall's gym and his dad. Well, so he did 25 years in IT. So basically, he is a computer engineer of some sort. That's what IT is. I was a contractor for a long time, making good money. And then I was an IT manager. I got offered redundancy payment that I didn't have to take, but Tom was very good at jiu-jitsu, and there weren't many jiu-jitsu schools open. Worth noting, Tom Aspinall's dad was the first black belt in the UK, I believe, in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, at least one of the first black belts, similar to John Kavanagh in Ireland, who was one of the first black belts in jiu-jitsu in Ireland. So Tom's dad, Andy, has a very similar story. So he said that it was a bold move, but one that worked out, as Andy's eldest is now one of the biggest UFC stars, and his other son, Joe, makes a living teaching Brazilian jiu-jitsu. He added I had some money then, so it was all right. I'm glad I did it. So in other words, the reason why he took the risk of doing this, try to understand, is because Tom Aspinall's dad had already accumulated and saved enough money from, by the way, a high-paying job. Now, look, here's something I need to emphasize, right? This type of conversation, this type of talk right now, I'm going to be honest with you, this is not for everybody. You want to know why? Because I got to be honest with you, not everybody is going to make it. Now, look, this is a once in a lifetime story. This is one of those situations where, yes, he actually had made it. But to give this same advice to the same person, to different people, not the same person, but to different people with contrasting situations and various outcomes in their life, I think that would be unfair. Also, you got to recognize your talent, right? I'll give you an example. For one, why am I trying to reach the top of the heights in this YouTube industry? Well, because I think that I can do it. I think that I have the voice, I have the articulation, I have the experience of public speaking. And I think after a year or so, now I'm becoming more of a YouTube vet. So there are possibilities and reasons why I should continue. Now, if you're one of these people that after a couple of years, you've only had 10 subscribers, well, man, you got to really rethink about what you're doing. Let's say if you're a journeyman boxer, journeyman MMA fighter, and you're just getting beat every weekend, you got to start really thinking about whether this is for you or not. But if you know and you understand what your capabilities are, man, let me tell you, you got to go after it. And Tom Aspinall's dad recognized it. Now look at where they're at. The son, the other son, Joe, is teaching BJJ. He's making a living off of that. And Tom Aspinall is one of the biggest stars in the UFC, and he's making a living off of that. So back to the Talk Sports article, right? Not just for Tom's fighting, and I quote from Andy Aspinall, I'm glad I did it because I didn't like the environment. I don't like the politics. I like the quiet life, and this has been a quiet life. Now, can you imagine that? Imagine being an IT guy, right? You're a normal guy. You're a normie. You're literally one of these NPCs that wakes up in the morning just to get a coffee, just to try and rush to work like everybody else in this whole entire human race that they're trying to get into. But you start thinking, look at these guys are in the MMA world. That's a quiet life. Indeed it is. Think about it. The only thing that you worry about as an MMA fighter or as an MMA coach is the night of the fight, worrying about that. Now, obviously, coaches have more fights to go to than the actual fighters themselves. So they're going to be there at a high frequency rate every week. That is, of course, if the other fighter is not a trainer as well. But either way, that's the only time that you really have to worry about the fight. Okay, is the actual fight itself. But overall, life of a fighter is quite peaceful. You wake up, you train, and then you go home, you eat, you sleep, and then you train again, get some nutrients, and then you train again. And next day, rinse and repeat. That's a quiet life. Whereas if you are in the corporate world, there's a lot of backstabbings going on. There's a lot of dudes that are trying to undercut each other, that are trying to kiss butt to the boss, that are trying to get in good with the boss so they can get in their good graces. And then because this guy is the boss, he thinks that he's better than you because he's his friend. And then there's a lot of biasness going on and so forth. This is the quiet life, according to Andy Aspinall. Okay, so however, Aspinall's long journey to the pinnacle of MMA wasn't without some hiccups, and he needed helping hand to push through some tough times. Now, look, you want to talk about tough times, right? Let's look at Tom Aspinall's record early on, because when you look at it from the time that he had lost in May of 2016, right here against Lucas Prawovic in May 14, 2016 in Birmingham, I think he lost by illegal downward elbow. Wow. Similar to John Jones, isn't it? That's literally the same situation that John Jones had faced. But at that point, he was 4-2. Okay. most guys that are in this record right now, they'll tell you, hey, you know what? Maybe it's time for you to look for a job and do other things, maybe go to school and this and that. This is when you become 50-50 in your whole entire process of reaching glory. Why? Because now you're unsure. This is why I say you got to focus only on plan A. That is if you know and understand that you have the talent for it. Now, obviously, he understood that. After that, a few months later, he gets back at it in June, gets a first round knockout against Camille. And then after that, gets another knockout or TKO by a leg injury. And then another TKO. And then next thing you know, he's fighting Jake Collier, Alan Bodad, Sergey Pavlovich. And the next thing you know, he's fighting Alexander Volkov in one of these famous London cards that they usually have in March. And then next thing you know, now he's a big superstar in the world of mixed martial arts. Okay, so that's really an interesting life story that Tom Aspinall is going through. Okay, let's go back to the article to sort of give some more context in this. Okay, from training in his back garden to changing sports and overcoming injuries, a 31-year-old contender dealt with multitudes of issues but managed to overcome them with help of his father. Now, what did he mean by changing sports? Well, let's go back to Tom Aspinall's record, okay? Right here, he has one professional boxing bout against this guy named Thomas. I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter who their name is, but yeah, the guy named Thomas, who he knocked out in the first round in Manchester. It was a fight card in Manchester. I'm not sure which one it is, but yeah, it was a first round knockout. So we are talking about 2017. This was between the time that he had lost by a downward illegal elbow and then got back and won. And yeah, and then in between that 2018, he didn't really fight. And that was where he sort of took the hiatus right there. So yeah, he definitely did have some struggles along the way, right? And okay, so going back to this article with so from training in his backyard to changing sports, overcoming a multitude of injuries, dealt with a multitude of issues, but managed to overcome them with the help of his father. With the help of his father, right here, that it says right here on Talk Sports. So a couple of times he'd given up, and he admitted he didn't want to fight MMA because there were no opponents. He didn't want to train in the gym because it was too far to go every day, and he didn't want to do it because there was no one to train or fight with. By the way, very difficult for a heavyweight, obviously. We went boxing, and he had one pro fight, as I had mentioned earlier, and then he didn't want to fight because he didn't like the boxing model. He didn't want to fight people and get a padded record out of it. He wanted to fight people who were equal to him. So he stopped boxing. By the way, a very common contrasting view of boxing and MMA, right? Obviously, in boxing, they are willing to pad your record and do all of these journeyman fights and eventually put you out there when you are ready, or basically sacrifice your record when there is a bag on the line. Maybe there's a championship fight or a big name. Okay, let's do it. Let's risk it for the biscuit this time, right? But in MMA, you're constantly risking it for the biscuit every time. And this is the reason why there is no frauds when it comes to UFC champions and anybody that fights at that level. Okay, so going back to the article, despite his rocky road to the UFC, Aspinall's dad insists he always knew his son had elite level athletic ability and would ultimately reach the pinnacle of his chosen sport. So this is what I want to emphasize to people and what I constantly talk about, right? If you know that you have the ability to make it and reach that glory, why not go for it? Stop listening to the naysayers. They're going to constantly doubt you. They're going to constantly put you down, and they're not going to believe in you. Only you can believe in you, and only you know what is inside of you and what you are capable of. So back to the article. During his rise of becoming a champion, he was seen off big names in Alexander Volkov and Andrei Arlovsky. Okay, we talked about that. He also used to win a lot of jiu-jitsu tournaments, so I knew he could be really good at something where you take instruction. He could have been a rugby league. It could have been a range of sports. It just happened to be MMA. So in other words, the athletic ability of Tom Aspinall can take him to any sport, and it just so happens that it's MMA. And guess what? His dad is a jiu-jitsu black belt, so it was perfect. It was a proud moment when Aspinall KO'd Pavlovich in 69 seconds before dedicating his title to his father, who was reeling from a recent personal loss. Now, what is his personal loss? It was great that he won, but the whole occasion was a bit rushed, Andy said. Should we have taken it? It turned out good, so everything is all right. It was emotional for me because my dad watched the Myson Tybura fight with us and said, you'll beat that guy and then you'll win the title. And then my dad sadly passed away, which obviously is the grandfather of Tom Aspinall. So that was raw at the time and thought my dad then, but it was really good. Andy will be in his son's corner and defends the title against Curtis Blades at UFC 304 Manchester, which, by the way, had already passed, and which is where I'm talking about this article. So Andy concluded, in terms of Tom fighting and getting used to the time scale, he worked out the doors 5 years and came home at 6 a.m. So hopefully he can go to bed all day if he wants to sleep, and he'll be fine. And obviously, we knew what had happened in that fight. The rest was history. So going back to the main topic at hand, you can't have a plan B in whatever you want to do in life. You just can't do it. Okay? Again, let me emphasize, this is not for everybody. I can't emphasize to everybody that you should go out there and risk it all and potentially become homeless because you didn't try and reach for your glory. You didn't try. And I mean, look, if you didn't try, man, you're going to have a lot of regrets. But at some point, you got to know your limits. But ultimately, here's what it is. You can't have a plan B. Okay? I can name you several stories as to why you can't have a plan B. Okay? I may or may not have to mention certain names of people that I've trained with in the past, but I'm going to try to convey this story the best way I can, okay? All right. Well, if you made it far in this video, the next person I'm going to talk about is a dude that I trained with before, right? Angelo Trevino. Now, I was a little bit reluctant on sort of mentioning this because obviously you're not in this game to try and disrespect your friends, right? But at the same time, the truth can never be considered disrespectful. Just to kind of give you a context of who I'm talking about right here, this fella right here, right? So a little interesting fact about this fellow, this kid, when I trained with him during his time of, let's say, I think being in high school, he was a pancreation fighter. What am I saying? Pancreation fighter. He was a pancreation fighter, which basically was MMA, but punching on the stomach and punching on the body rather than the head. But everything else is obviously MMA centric. And he was also a wrestler. So he was a phenom coming up, right? He was 16 or 17 at the time. And at the time, I was fighting for an amateur kickboxing championship. And he helped me train for that as well. I also trained with him in Team Alpha Male. But Uriah Faber mentioned, I believe, in a UFC interview where he had shouted out Angelo Trevino, but he mentioned something to the effect where, you know what, a lot of people have gotten into Angelo's head. He was in a contender series. He had lost, I believe he had lost to, I don't know who it was. I think it was Austin Vanderford. I think it was Paige Van Zant's boyfriend that he had lost to. But anyways, it was in a contender series. He had a chance to when he lost, and Uriah Faber sort of cited the idea that, hey, you know what? A lot of people are getting in his head. He's taking these odd jobs in between and this and that. And the reason why I brought this up is because what Uriah was trying to emphasize in that whole entire story is that, man, you have to be all in and not worry about anybody else. Okay, that's sort of the main thesis that I'm trying to emphasize here, right? But now, obviously, he's now moved into Florida. I'm not sure which team he trains down in Florida with. But obviously, he trains with a new team. I'm sure he trains with Team Alpha Male as well. He's originally from Carmichael, which is basically a town within Sacramento. But either way, that was an important point that Uriah had made. Where is he now? He's on a 4-fight win streak right now. I believe his last win was at a regional scene down in, I believe, Florida. But yeah, he had one back in August. So he's on the right path. He's doing the right things right now. And I think that he sort of took Uriah's advice on being all in. Don't have a plan B. This is the main thesis of this whole entire topic is you can't have a plan B. People always want to try to throw you into having a plan B all the time, right? And I understand that. I sort of understand that. Reason being is because, look, people are just concerned for you, right? Even Conor McGregor's dad, believe it or not, he asked him to have a plan B as well. Okay. I mean, if you could imagine that. His dad asked him to have a plan B. He said, hey, listen, you got to go into plumbing. You got to do this and that. What did Conor say? He said, man, I'm not with all that. I'm totally not down with any of that whatsoever. Well, lo and behold, guess what happened? He became probably one of the biggest superstars in MMA, and that's ultimately what you have to do. Look, I'm going to end this video maybe for a couple more minutes and just go into why you should never have a plan B if you want to reach any type of glory out there. Look, here's something you got to understand. The majority of people out there are working in jobs that they really don't like, that they really hate for a multitude of reasons. For one, most people work for other people to better their situation. Okay, so in other words, if you work for Tesla, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Elon Musk? If you work for Apple, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Steve Jobs? If you work for Microsoft, are you really helping yourself or are you helping Bill Gates? And again, at some point, somebody has to be our boss, right? That's just the natural order of life. You can't get around that. So because of that natural order of life and something that you can't get around, there's only a few people in the world that can actually get away with being their own boss. And that's that is an important thing to really emphasize above all. Okay. Really an important thing to emphasize above all, because understand this. Everybody always wants to talk about being their own boss, being, an entrepreneur, being a top hustler, or this and that. But a lot of people don't really want to take the anguish that comes with it. I swear to you, there's a lot of anguish that comes with it. But at the same time, there's also a lot of glory that comes with it as well. And that's something that a lot of people, they don't want to take that risk. They don't want to take that risk. They're comfortable. Most people are comfortable where they're at. And quite frankly, can you blame them? So with that in mind, we got to understand a lot of people are too comfortable with their situation and they're never going to try to get out of it. Okay. Like if they have a job that pays them right, that pays them enough to get by through the day and this and that, yada, yada, so on and so forth, they're not going to try and step out of line. Now, look, can you imagine Andy Aspinall in this particular situation, right? He had a job that was more than comfortable. I'm talking about a high-paying job. Look, bro, a lot of people out there that tell you to go to college, they tell you to go for medical, maybe even being a lawyer or a solicitor, as they call it in the UK and Ireland, or become a computer guy, an IT tech guy. A lot of these guys in San Francisco in the Bay Area, they're making a lot of money just from IT, right? A lot of the Indians and Chinese and Asian Americans that are in that field, they're making very good money. And a lot of them live in the Bay Area of Northern California, which is the IT tech hub of the world. And they're making a very good amount of money. Now, remember earlier, I mentioned if you work for Microsoft, you're uplifting Bill Gates, not yourself. If you're working for Apple, you're uplifting Steve Jobs and not yourself, right? Obviously, there's a lot of complaints that people have about Apple and Microsoft and the evil Illuminati people behind it and this and that. Well, okay, my challenge to the people out there that are in that field of IT and technological advancements or just plain old social technology, why don't you build something that rivals that? Now, the problem is, I think there is a monopoly in those particular types of endeavors. For example, if you were to come out with another Facebook or something, I don't know how that's going to last, considering that there is only one Facebook. Although you could say that MySpace was sort of there until Facebook took over, and then MySpace was just a thing of the past, a thing of nostalgia, literally a nostalgia that we look at in memes that talk about nostalgia. That's really the best way to put it. But overall, none of these people are willing to challenge these people because they're comfortable being employees. Okay. And that's sort of the main topic that I'm trying to get at with Tom Aspinall's dad here. He did not remain complacent. He did not remain in a job that he knew was nothing more than, how do I say this, politics or just brown nosing, for lack of a better term, right? Tom Aspinall's dad, in my opinion, I think got fired from his work. Yes, this is like a crazy revelation that I'm revealing to you guys right now. Now, look, I don't have proof of that. I'm telling you in all fairness that this is all speculation on my part. Now, why am I saying that? Well, look, here's something you got to understand about Tom Aspinall's father, okay? The man is a person that you would consider non-agreeable. I think that's the best way to put it, right? Tom Aspinall's dad is a non-agreeable character. Now, look, here's the problem. If you're a non-agreeable character, you're going to lose a lot of jobs. I'm just going to say it out frank. I've seen a lot of guys like that, guys with oppositional defiance disorders, guys that have a problem with authority, guys that are hyper skeptical about the world, people that are sometimes even arrogant or sometimes borderline narcissists. And again, not to say that Tom Aspinall's dad is a narcissist or any kind of way, but I just think that he's the type of guy that doesn't take any BS from anybody. And look, you look at the articles that we analyzed earlier, it's talking about he doesn't like the politics of the IT world. He doesn't like the fact that you have to try and mingle with this guy and try to kiss butt to this guy to try to get on top and you put yourself in the right position because you're sort of, how do I say this? Allowing the other guy to live in his own fantasy without telling him objectively what he's doing wrong. Now, I think he has every right to choose the kind of life that he wants to lead, right? But if you're looking at a world where you're trying to be financially independent versus a job that took you to college, got you this job because you have this particular skills that's going to get you a six-figure, oh man, it's kind of hard to just go with trying to establish yourself, trying to become an established YouTuber or trying to become an established athlete or entertainer. Because doing that, it's just a lot of risk because you don't have the resources around you. And again, this is the reason why I told you guys that this particular podcast and this particular video that I'm giving you right now is not for everybody. You want to know why it's not for everybody? Understand this, right? Not everybody is going to have the kind of opportunity, the kind of privilege that Tom Aspinall's dad had. I'm telling you, when you are a jiu-jitsu guy in England, I think it's fair to say you're middle class and above. Is that fair to say? You're middle class and above if you compete or train in jiu-jitsu in England. Now, look, a lot of the MMA guys in England did not start out with jiu-jitsu. A lot of them started out with Muay Thai, kickboxing, or boxing. And yeah, it's not a jiu-jitsu filled country in terms of people that are in the inner city. Oops, sorry about that. Had that on mute. I was saying that, yeah, having, yeah, so basically jiu-jitsu is a middle-class sport for middle-class people. And why I'm saying that is because Tom Aspinall's dad had the means to take that risk. And maybe a lot of you should not take that risk as well, because, again, this doesn't apply to everybody. The important lesson to learn from this whole entire story is that you got to take risk, because if you don't take risk, then you're going to be imprisoned by your own comfortability for the rest of your life. And that right there is a prison that you can't see. Sort of like what David Icke, the conspiracy theorist from the UK, constantly emphasizes. Right now, look, you can say one thing about this guy, you can criticize him for the way that he thinks or this and that, but he may have a point there in that particular act. Look, a lot of people are always going to doubt you, even if you have the amount of talent that Tom Aspinall has, or anybody that has the potential to make it in the world of entertainment or in the world of professional sports, et cetera, all these endeavors that are, quite frankly, extremely hard to do. But on any regard, here's one thing that you have to understand, okay? Tom Aspinall was going to quit. Now, why is this significant to bring up? Many of you don't have father figures in your life. And this is the reason why a lot of you are not in the next level that you need to be. And it may not be your fault. Some of it can be placed upon your own fault because there are certain actions that you can take. But then there are people out there that just don't have the resources to get to the next level, okay, or to get to the next thing. Look, I'll tell you something. This is a reality, bro. It really does take money. It really does take money to fight and to train. I'll give you an example. I know this white-collar boxer in England by the name of Daniel Hamid, okay? I got to tell you, this is really interesting what he had going on, right? So right now, this brother right here has a 1-2 boxing record. Okay, so I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give you an example of why it really does take money and resources to go out there and fight. Dude, this guy missed out a fight. And again, this is all allegedly, okay? I'm just going to be fair about this. You could create all types of speculation you want, but just from the face value story of this guy was left behind on the day of his fight. In other words, he didn't have the money to get Uber or to get on a taxi or to get on any type of transportation, because he was promised by one guy that he was going to be taken to that fight, and eventually he didn't. Look, I'm going to play you a video with what he had mentioned, and I'm going to react to it just to kind of give you context, okay? So this is the brother that we're talking about right here, all right? And this was his whole situation that he had going on. I've been around boxing pound for pound. It's given me opportunities, especially what it takes time to find people you truly trust outside of your bubble, but I can genuinely trust these people. Okay, so he's talking about the promotion being very helpful to him. Okay, so here's an interesting post that he wrote. P. Diddy got Pac unalived, and I'll tell you why he did it out of jealousy. Tupac was an upcoming star. My point is that jealousy can actually come from your own don't trust no one. The more you rise up in life, the more people want. Yeah, that's a good point. I'll tell you why, because Diddy and Tupac were actually homies at one point. Okay, so here's a video of the stories that he was talking about. Let's play it right here.
Somebody I trust, somebody who I look up to, he let me down. I wanted to be there. I let Cheat Hazib down. I'm opponent down. I'd like to apologize to my opponent, but yesterday it shouldn't have happened like that. I got dealt with and I got dealt with. I'm really upset about it. I was emotional. I was stressed the whole night. You don't understand. Step in the ring, it takes away your mental health. It takes away your dignity. Like you train for a fight. You're putting your mental health on the line. You're putting your safety on the line. So it takes a big man to step inside that squared circle. But
yeah, he's absolutely right about that. It definitely does take a certain type of individual to get in the cage, get in the ring. And as a result, well, I tell you what, this is why I have respect for this guy. But I think his story and what came about this entire video that I'm making, I think is interesting in and of itself, right? So let's get to it.
Last minute, this is what happened. I got stuck. Listen to me, people. Put yourself in my situation tomorrow. Put yourself in my situation. Who do you trust? Name one person you trust. And what if he tells you on the day, I can't take you, and genuinely you have no money to get to a taxi or a bus? You genuinely have no money to taxi.
So you see what I'm talking about? This is literally what I was emphasizing with you guys, is that it takes money and resources to get to point A and point B. Now, look, Tom Aspinall, do you realize how privileged he is? His dad is an IT guy. He's a jiu-jitsu black belt, which means he doesn't need to go to a jiu-jitsu school and pay hundreds of dollars. Rather, have people pay them hundreds of dollars, okay? And he's already ahead. He already has the privilege and the opportunity to go forward. And again, this situation that Danielle is talking about right here is very common with a lot of fighters. And for those of you that have been in MMA gyms and boxing gyms long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Let's continue here.
Taxi there or a bus. So put yourself in my position. Like for 1 minute, put yourself in my position. You're nowhere. You're stressing all day. So listen, I'm Dr. Apologize. TT has done a good job. He made my opponents at tickets. I made him look silly. So this one person who really wanted to help me, I let him down, and I feel so bad. I got look like a complete dickhead.
So what he's trying to say here is that his opponent had sold all the tickets. His opponent wasn't really tripping about him not selling the tickets or not having the time to sell the tickets. I'm not really sure which one, but yeah, he's basically explaining and apologizing to his opponent, but also explaining, by the way, a story that if taken by face value, I think you should really, yeah, man, I think that you should really take this story into consideration about what kind of resource problems a lot of fighters have. And also, I think he mentions here also the higher costs of living nowadays, which I think is an interesting point, but a reality that we can't ignore.
Yes, I'll be honest with you. Yesterday, I looked like a dickhead, and that's the honest truth. Like they made me look like a dickhead. But respect to pound pound, they've helped me. They've done a good job against me. I respect what TKO does. He does a lot for his youngsters, and now he wanted to help me. Like he don't owe me nothing. He put me in the show, and who am I that he owes something? Cheat Hazim, he does not owe me anything. Who am I that he owes something? He's doing it in the goodness of his heart. He's trying to create a legacy, and he's trying to help me for the goodness of his heart. And this is then he gave me an opportunity on his show to redeem myself, because on my last fight I was ill, so he gave me this opportunity to build myself back up, and that's respect. P4P is a big platform.
So what he's mentioning here is that he had a previous loss that this promotion, this white collar boxing promotion in the UK, is giving him an opportunity to redeem that. And so, yeah, that's what he's talking about here. But let's continue on. And main point here is, please understand, it takes resources to fight. Okay. And many people underestimate this notion. But we'll continue on. I think you're going to learn a lot from this video that Danielle Hamid here has prepared for us. So,
And I got let down big time yesterday. That was ridiculous. I was supposed to go, but I got let down last minute. I got let down, and I think that's just so disrespectful, proper disrespect to my legs and everything. And that's
now look, can you imagine this, right? Somebody offered you a ride to the fight, and they're counting on you to do that, and you're the only one that can do that. Now, how much of a scumbag would you have to be to do that? Now, look, I want to be fair on that guy, the secret guy that we don't know about, who was supposed to take him to the fight. Now, we don't know if this guy had some sort of emergency regarding a family emergency or something very life-threatening and all of that. Now, look, remember, how about this? In Cobra Kai this week, right, when it was released, one of the story plots, and I don't want to spoil this for anybody, but if you don't want to be spoiled by the Cobra Kai season 6 plot, please fast forward this part right here to a few seconds up. Okay, so here it goes. Daniel LaRusso was kidnapped in the middle of a tournament. Okay, and as a coach, his team needed him, and luckily Johnny Lawrence was there to sort of help out what was needed in that void. But anyways, let's continue with Daniel Hamid's story here.
I feel bad until now. What happened yesterday is so disrespectful. This person, I ain't gonna ever forgive him. I blocked him and everything. He knows who he is. No point in me discussing it. But I was genuinely begging this person to take me. I said, look, T Tazim, I respect him. I don't want to embarrass T Tazim. I told this person, look, T Tazim is a good brother of mine. I don't want to lose him in my life. If I don't turn up and make him look silly, look, I told him this guy has a tickets. Whoever this person is, I blocked him. I'm not gonna mention. I'm not gonna give him. I'm not gonna mention it after this. But look, I looked really silly yesterday, and now I feel bad what I did. I feel bad for my opponent. I feel bad for T Tazim, because this is his show. He's doing me a favor. He didn't make me sell any tickets, so I feel bad for him. He's a good brother. So I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what to say what happened yesterday, but it wasn't my fault. I would always step a fight. I'd always jump in the ring. I would never run away from a fight. That's not who I am. I had 3 fights. I always show up. Whatever fight I have, I always show up. Yesterday.
Yeah, speaking of rig, right? A lot of people who don't train or are not in the sport of boxing or MMA or anything like that, they always call, oh, that fight is fake, like as if they know what it is that these men are going through with training, with motivation of getting in there and getting the W. That's something that a lot of people who have never searched for greatness or have searched for glory in any kind of way will never understand. All those people that sit behind their comfortable life in their small town, in their small surroundings, and never wanting to get anywhere. That's their attitude on those types of things. And I think it's a crab in the bucket mentality, which I think this man right here is emphasizing to all of us.
Yesterday, it wasn't meant to be. I tried my best to get there. I even almost said I'd meet the train station. You know, because train station, you have to take it to train station. You have to pay. Then you have to pay. Then this person wanted to pay. And I asked him, "Can you collect from the train station?" No. So I had to pay for the taxi as well from the train station. So this person, he didn't care about me, about how I got there, anything. But so it is what it is. But I'd like to apologize again to T Tazim for giving me a show, for helping me. But but I should have been more organized. I could have easily got there, but I shouldn't have put my mind on one person. That's the honest truth. Because this person had he had people in his car, and I said, you know what, meet in the train station and pick me up.
All right, y'all. What's up? What's up? All right, man. Look at this, man. We got ourselves a little bit of a pageantry going on here. Okay, okay. All right, man. Wow, here we go, man. The start of it. And we started right now at 2 hours and 9 minutes. That's the perfect time frame that I'm going to mark that down. So the main card has now started at 2 hours and 9 minutes into this live stream. Let's get this thing cracking, y'all. Scandaburo says this is awesome. It is, man. Really good stuff. And look at that, man. Look at the rest of the crowd that's watching from what I believe is by the Lincoln Memorial. Okay. Guys, I am so pumped for this right now, right? I am glad to be here with you guys, no matter how small of a group this is. But you know what? It's not a bad turnout, actually. How many people have we had so far in here? We have had a total of 500 people around the world. That's not bad. All right, let's listen to what John Anik has to say real quick.
Combat sport powerhouse over the last 20 years. Advantage of this unique one-on-one opportunity.
All right, so here we go, guys. The first fight of the evening. Man, I'm really excited for Garcia and Lopez. Really good how they put that card together like that. Honestly, this is going to be good. Scan says, oh, AOC and Elon Omar are ring girls for tonight. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't think they're even invited, dude. They're just showing some highlights of Ilya Topuria. In the meantime, they're also showing Joe Rogan. All of them outside, being excited to be outside because it's not so usual to be in that condition. Yeah, the face-off yesterday was awesome, bro. Really awesome. Like, they really just didn't even care that they were in front of, you know, a bunch of Marines. Oh, and how about the Marine Corps, you know, drill team, right, that came out there that were doing drills? What was crazy about that, I've never seen that done to STEM Face the Pain metal song. All right, so we'll wait up for the first fight, and then, yeah, we'll be right back. We'll go back to that video and then go back to the first fight.
from the train station in Birmingham, but no, he said no. Then they said get a taxi from the train station. That's too much, and you know what? It costs a lot to travel. The cost of living is too expensive nowadays. You can't travel. Everything is too expensive nowadays. Traveling costs a lot of money, and it was last minute. I couldn't travel, so I go, oh shit, no point me asking anybody for a lift. It's last minute. What should I do? So I was panicking. I was really upset. Then T-Tazim, he had to go at me. Simple. I deserved it. But
Mark Haney, shout out to you, my man. What's going on, Mark Haney? ADD gang in the house, bro.
May Allah bless his family, all his family, for give me the time of day. T, listen, brother, I'm so sorry for what I did yesterday. I apologize, and it's not my fault. And T, listen, put yourself in my position. What if somebody you love let you down?
Yeah, this is a very good point. We're going to get to the part 2 version of this, okay? So right here, let's get to this right here.
What do you say? So as boxers, your coach traveling, he takes care of that. Like to travel to like far place, it costs money.
So think about this, right? If we can relate this to Tom Aspinall, okay? How do you think Tom Aspinall was able to rise through adversity? Remember what we had mentioned in the article earlier about his parents and his mom sort of providing and helping him through his struggle while he is trying to reach the top of being an MMA fighter. So just a thought in mind that I'd like to share with you on that.
The past, like not everybody could afford it. Like last minute, nobody could afford it last minute. So travel, like amateur boxers, elite amateurs, like in boxing, they have to travel. They have to like travel to different gyms. It's a part of the game. You gotta travel. If you love something, you gotta travel. But in December, when I phoned the show, T had it off T. I came in as a man. I came there. I stepped in the ring. T knows this. As a man, I stepped in the ring and I stood my ground whoever I faced. I asked T.
All right, fall back real quick, Daniel Hamid. Let me step in here. I wanted to respond to Mark Haney on that one, right? That was a very important political statement right there, which I really want to address. So he said, if Kamala had won, we would not be here tonight. You know what? You're 100% right. That goes without saying. Also, what goes into that as well is people not realizing that had it not been Trump with the UFC, it would have been, let's say, Kamala having, I don't know, Usher coming in there doing a concert bid at the White House, right? Because it would have been her choice, right? She's not interested in the UFC or MMA or anything like that. It would be virtually impossible for her to even fathom the idea of having a UFC event. Now, an R&B or some sort of, I don't know, something that she would listen to in her older generation, I don't know, Stevie Wonder concert or something like that. Possible, very possible. And that would not have been a complaint. Now, the fact that Trump had decided, you know what I would like to do, since I have my own vision and I'm a television guy, I'm also a sports guy, I'm also somewhat of a fight promoter. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to promote a fight at the White House, and I'm going to sign off on a couple of fights that I actually ordered myself, which is Josh Hokit and Derek Lewis. So, yeah, think about that, right? They're complaining about Trump, but somebody else would have staged God knows what, a Limp Bizkit concert. Let's say if that was Gavin Newsom, for sure, he would have a Limp Bizkit concert. He looks like a Limp Bizkit fan. Move in, move out. I did it for the nookie. Come on, the nookie. I'm sure you did, Gavin. All right, but yeah. Skanderbego says no, but 170 Iranian children plus many more would still be alive, but sports is cool. You know what? Very nihilistic way of looking at the world, Skanderboro, but how can I deny you of that, right? Look, I want to address that, Skanderboro. I want you to think about this, right? You're 100% right, but I have a belief okay, in this what I would call very pragmatic, realistic belief that there is two sides to every story, and I believe that two things can be true at the same time. Okay, and here's what is true. This is an awesome card. As an MMA fan, I can't deny it. Just like what I said earlier to Mark Haney. Had that been not a UFC fight, it would have been an Usher concert or a Luther Vandross concert under Kamala Harris. Okay? That's what would have been going on. But under Trump, it's a UFC card. On the other note, think about this, right? This card doesn't have to be here. This could have been in Vegas. I would have been all right with that. Yeah, bro. What? Justin Gaethje and Ilia Topuria sign me up, blood. Sign me up, yeah. Sign me up. But that's the other ugly side of it, is what this man is saying right here. No, but 170 Iranian children plus and many more would still be alive, but sports is cool. Nihilistic in the way that he threw it in the end, but a reality that we all have to face. So
this. Tazim knows this. As a man, I stepped in that ring. I did not let him down. Tazim knows this. But some people, people with Peterborough, like Shai Milfield, he's a good brother. Shai's a real person. He took me up, put it on his case. You know what Shai did? Let me tell you what Shai Milfield did.
Hey, Dieter. That's a very interesting name. I believe you're probably German. Okay, guten Tag to you. If that's the case, if you are German. Question is, I think it's hilarious they scheduled it right in the middle of the World Cup. You know what? Is the U.S. playing around this time right now? If so, then I would find it kind of weird that they would make it a conflict of interest with the U.S. As a potential contender, honestly.
We're not asked Shai, listen, bro, I don't have a lift for the last year's December fight. Can you help me out? So you know what Shai Milfield did? Let me tell you about Shai. Santino Peterborough. Big up Santino Peterborough. Santino Peterborough, big up. This is what they did. So Santino Peterborough did not leave Peterborough until I got a lift.
Nanarina campeon. Oh man. Oh, he really went there. He really went Paisa on him with this one, bro. Hey, Dietrich, let me know if you are from Germany. Let me know if you're from that part of the world, my man. Wow, they got the Spanish guitar going. That's what I'm talking about. The Spanish guitar going. Wow. And there's the background right there of the White House. It would have been nicer in the daytime, though. I wonder if the UFC game has a daytime version, because they already released the White House stage as one of the arenas that you could fight in the latest UFC game. From what I've seen, it was a promo of Alex Pereira and Gane, but it was taking place at night. Arriba campeón. Arriba, arriba campeón. Nananariba campeón. Look at those dark skies behind him. That is so poetic. Look at that. Like as the dark clouds are mingling with the light of day, leaving the light of day, going into the darkness of the night. That's what I'm talking about, man. Here we go, man. First fight of the evening out of 7. Diego Lopes. What is this music right here? All right. In about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Diego Lopes. Diego Lopes. He said they have to keep this setup, man. This looks great. I agree. I 100% agree. Yes. Notice how the police officers that are with Diego Lopes are also Hispanic. Well, okay, there's the one white guy, but they're like, all right, hey, you know, we got to bring a Hispanic guy in here, you know, as the DIE hire of Washington, D.C. You know they'd be having DIE hires in Washington, D.C. You know, they'd be liberal like that. For whatever reason, they said that this song was banned. I don't know what was up with that. When you mean he didn't look great, Marty, do you mean by his facial appearance alone, or in terms of, like, let's say maybe he looks inebriated of some sort, or maybe he looks tired coming from a workout, or maybe like a jet lag of some sort? But I don't know. He's been in DC for a couple of days. He said they are nice. He's going to Mexico after the fight. He says, I just think looks worn out and out of shape. I got to take for that, for Dana White. I got to take for that. Here's the thing, right? Dana White does not like this. You see this brain delay that they had going on right now? There it is right there, right? Another indication why Dana White hates stuff like this. Okay, he saw this and he's like, you know what, man? I'm not having it. You know, it's stressful. You know, if this whole entire event falls, it's going to fall on me. Dana White is on simulation mode. You ever played NBA 2K career mode, where you're going through like games and sometimes you just sims all the game? You're like, all right, hey, I'm the Sacramento Kings. I'm going to wait till I go play the Chicago Bulls. And then I'll just sim the whole entire season. You know what I'm talking about? Like, that's literally where Dana White is at right now. He is literally in sim mode, and he's like, oh, I can't wait to get to the Conor McGregor fight. You know, it's much easier. It's an arena, and it's a Conor McGregor fight. That's where Dana White is at right now, homeboy. That's the reason why Dana White looks like that. That's the reason why he looks exactly as how you described it right now. What did Victory say? Just think he looks worn out and out of shape. Also, when you accumulate a certain level of stress like cortisols, you know, you tend to start growing like what I would call like a temporary belly for that moment of time. You see a lot of high-level athletes with that, right? Like if they are going through a high, you know, amount of stress, let's say if they're, I don't know, taking care of their kid being laid up at night, you know, they wake up in the morning with what looks like a beer belly type of thing. But yeah, it's like one of them things, right? So that's why he looks out of shape right now, because, you know, you would think he's probably on a sugar high. He's just like running on sugar, trying to, you know, keep up with all of these demands and regulations. Scandaboro, which commercials are you talking about? Mine? Yeah, please go watch them, my man. You're not missing anything here, my man. You are helping me with my my ad revenue by watching the advertisements. So please watch the advertisements. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as we go live for the first fight of the evening. All right, boys. 2 hours and 32 minutes into the live stream, first fight of the evening. All right, Steve Garcia's doing a very good job of pushing Diego Lopes down the cage. Oh, look at Diego Lopes firing back right here. What was that about? He was calling time for something. The broadcast is saying, we apologize for no commentary. But in the meantime, we will have the honorary Kyrie Abu El-Kheer replace you guys. Oh, nice high kick right there by Diego Lopes. All right, 251, 250 of the first round. There's a 1-2 shot right there by Garcia. You know what, man? Okay, looking at it right now, it doesn't really look that any different than any UFC fight, to be quite honest with you, man. Because you know what? I'll tell you what is the most important part of the fight, okay? The torso the head and the feet of the fighter and where they're at, and also just what is above their head. Okay, now if you look at Mike Beltran, the referee right now, anything that is above his head is insignificant to the viewing of what you are watching right now. He says, what the F is the bullocks? Where is the fight? Abdul Rahman says, you are watching a fight with me. Wagwan, bruv, how dare you use them foul language on me, boy? Wow, look at that uppercut. Oh, wow. He stunned him with that uppercut. Tiger uppercut. And here comes Steve Garcia now moving, pushing forward with Diego Lopes. And Diego Lopes looking like the basis of the Misfits. Oh, nice jab to the body. Oh, good jab to the head. Oh, my goodness. Wow, a lot is at stake right now. The first fight of the White House ever. Who is going to win it? Steve Garcia or Diego Lopes? We are at round number 1. 50 seconds, 48, 47, 46 of the first round. Shout out to everybody across the world. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Hit the like button and let's get this thing cracking. Crack-a-lackin'. Yeah. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Steve Garcia. I'd like to see Steve Garcia win only because I want to see a different scenario. Okay? Like, do you see Diego Lopes getting constant title shots and some of them very unwarranted? So you got to think to yourself, maybe it's a lot better if you were to have new contenders in the featherweight division. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the first round. You know what? I'm going to do 1920s man voice. That's what I'm going to do. The announcer from the 1920s. All right, there it is. He's putting up his dukes. How dare he? Wow. He really showed him why I oughta. My man said, what the fuck is these bollocks? You can emulate your British accent. Look at this. You know this is a UK Pakistani dude. What the F is this bollocks? Where is the fight? Well, here it is. Maybe you need to buy a television. I don't know. Maybe you need to get on the internet. Get on the internet. Watch the fight with me and listen to some brilliancy of MMA breakdown live at the White House, mate. Woo! Let's go, lad. Let's go. Let's go, lad. All right, round number 2. Look at the White House. Wow, we're bringing up very good energy out of this. All right, here comes Steve Garcia pushing forward with the jab. As he's pushing forward with the jab, there's a front kick right there by Steve Garcia. Steve Garcia on the prowl. Steve Garcia moving in. There's Steve Garcia now jabbing away as he's pushing him down. And as he's pushing him down, there is the basis of Misfits right there. Diego Lopes. Yes, the new age basis of Misfits. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What the F is these bollocks? Where's the fight? That's how I imagine your accent. Or maybe you have like more of somewhat of like a Desi UK British accent. Like, no mate, how dare you? How dare you do that? My name is Abdul Rahim from Birmingham. I am from Birmingham. How dare you test me? I slapped that out of you. What in the bollocks is this fight? Well, oh man, there it is. There's the nice, kick by Steve Garcia. Oh, good one. Very good. Ooh, good low kick by Steve Garcia. There's another low kick by Steve Garcia. Ooh, there's a good one by Steve Garcia. On the prowl. And there's Dana White and the president not paying attention to the fight. What the F is this bollocks? Oh, wow. He almost hit him there. Oh, my goodness. Steve Garcia just got rocked. He just got rocked. He just got rocked. Diego Lopes gets the first win of the White House. Diego Lopes gets the first win of the White House. The official first win ever at the White House by Diego Lopes. Diego Lopes. All right. Yeah, it's like, what is this bollocks? Where is the fight? Well, there's the fight right there, lad. Look at this. So he was just going for hooks, and then he just finally found it, and then he connected on his head right there. He tried to go and hook back, but as he tried to hook back, it was a forearm instead, and boom, there it is. A milestone for Diego Lopes. He is the first guy to get a win at the White House. He said Garcia did not show himself. Huge mistake. Man, we got some troops in Okinawa, Japan. All right, so the homie gets a hot mic afterwards.
He made sure I got a lift. Not once, but twice. Once he asked Tkos to bring me. Second time, he took me himself. He made sure that, because he knows how embarrassing it would have been if I didn't turn up. Some keen people are news, because he knows it's gonna be bestie for me. It's gonna be bestie for my whole family. If I don't turn up to December fight, my whole family is gonna be bestie for them. He knew that. So because Cheat hasn't got me an opponent from Bradford. So this is what he did. He made sure I got to the venue. I went to the venue. Alhamdulillah, I've reached the fine. I had the fight. Then after that, I earned Cheat Hazim respect. He knows this. I'll never let him down. Yesterday, I got let down. Listen, I'm so sorry. It costs a lot. Cheat Hazim, put yourself. Anybody, please, tomorrow, put yourself in my position.
As a man, as a man,
Man,
as a man,
bring you, begged him,
as a man.
No, so put yourself in my position. I'm not angry or anything, but put yourself in my position, and I'm really.
I mean, credit to Daniel. He said he's not angry or anything. I would be absolutely livid. So kudos to him for being cool, calm, and collective about this. And you know what? By the end of the day, understand that it is all Allah's will. Even though somebody did promise to help him out, that wasn't the case. But unfortunately, it's just a whole crab in the bucket mentality. Well, anyways, guys, that is all that I have for you in this one. If you want to check out the rest of that, check out Daniel Hamid on Facebook. It is DANYALHAMID, like Prince Hamid, or I think he spells it with an E, but Daniel here spells it with an I. So Hamid as in HAMID. It is on Facebook. Go check out that video if you want to see the rest of it. Point being and point blank, you can't have a plan B, and you need resources in this game when it comes to funding your future and your goals and aspirations as a high level and championship level mixed martial artist or boxer. So for now, that is all that I have. This was an epic content to make and a very exciting project as well. By the way, only took me an hour to do it. Nonetheless, here it is. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Is there nobody can beat me in the fight? Nobody? 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 He says, what is this video? Why don't you entertain us? Just showing some of my classic stuff, man. He says, sing the Pakistani gangsta song. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no 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 no. Wah 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 wah. There it is. Garcia did it to himself. I agreed, man. I think that he was too overcommitted and he got caught as a result of that. He said he's going to go to his hotel, and if you have the need of anybody for the main event and the fallout, I'll be back. What a stud, man. All right, man. Diego Lopes, first guy to win at the White House. You can never take that away from him. You see him taking those photos with his boys right now. You can't take that away from him. That will be etched forever in history that he was the first guy to have ever fought there and won. Congratulations, Diego Lopes. And now we're on to Bo Nickal next. I reckon they're probably going to have a lot of commercials in between. More than likely, they're going to have a lot of commercials in between. Look at this. What is this they are showing right now? Is this Hakeem? That would do? He says, own your money. What is this? Is this oh. All right, so looks like they're a bit on the commercial tear. I'll be on as well. I'm going to show you a documentary that I made of John Jones, a history of controversy. You guys are going to enjoy this one, just kind of showing you guys a little bit of my different craft, other than live streaming, which also is video making. So here it is, a little bit of some classic throwbacks that I have.
God has a plan for me. He has a plan for us all. And so I'm just, you know, I'm just trying to stay optimistic. I feel like I've put in a lot of work to get back to this point, and I feel like I have to. I feel like I have to reclimb a ladder.
John, I'm just wondering.
Imagine being the greatest of all time and how they decide to call your career quits is in a random city somewhere in Baku, Azerbaijan, and you're not even there to receive a goodbye gift. So that brings me to the question, is Jon Jones the greatest fighter of all time, or is his legacy forever tainted by controversy? Now, this video explores the tumultuous career of the UFC's most dominant champion, analyzing events that have changed his reputation and the future of his reign. So beyond the knockout power, beyond the wrestling, beyond the dominant wins, Jon Jones's career has been a roller coaster of controversy, from failed drug tests to public outbursts. Okay, now this video unveils the dark side of the UFC legend and examines the impact he's had on his own legacy. So Jon Jones went from pretty much a prospect, okay, a prospect and a prodigy to a controversial champion. Okay, Jon Jones's story is one of triumph, turmoil, and constant battles with his own demon. And this video dives into the personal and professional struggles that have defined his career, leaving viewers to decide whether he is a villain or whether he is a hero. Now, obviously, one thing you got to understand about the UFC, right? Nobody is absolutely bigger than the program. Absolutely nobody. After that Azerbaijan announcement by Dana White, all of a sudden, the ball kept rolling. The company keeps rolling. Take a look at this. UFC 319. What do we got? Khamzat and Dricus du Plessis. UFC 320. The guys that are fighting for Jon Jones's belt and the legacy that he leaves behind at 205. Alex Pereira and Ankalaev once again for the second time. In that same card, Merab versus Sandhagen. And on that same card, you have Yuri versus Khalil Roundtree, which, by the way, is keeping the former division that Jon Jones competed in at a stacked, competitive architecture that we are seeing in that division right now. And then how could we forget the replacement of Jon Jones at UFC 321 in Abu Dhabi, where Tom Aspinall sets to take on Cyril Gane. And then, of course, you got Islam Makhachev, who, by the way, took the pound-for-pound #1 ranking from Jon Jones, and that's probably now being contested by him and Ilia Topuria. In other words, the game goes on. It moves on. So how did we get here? Let's start from the very beginning, okay? From the very, 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 very beginning of Jon Jones's career, all right? So it was on August 8th, okay, less than 4 months after his pro debut. Jon takes a 6-0 record into his first octagon fight as a replacement, 2 weeks' notice, beating Andrei Gusov by unanimous decision in a prelim bout at UFC 87 in Minneapolis. The main event that night pits George St. Pierre versus John Fitch. By the way, one of the craziest fights that George St. Pierre has ever been, and it's crazy how John Fitch doesn't have the type of name that he does in his post career, but that's neither here or there. You know who else was on that card? Co-main event, Brock Lesnar records his first UFC victory, unanimous decision win against Heath Herring, and that was right before Brock Lesnar had lost to Frank Mir. Okay, so as we move on, okay, December 9th, Jon Jones loses technically. Okay, he was dominating in a bout. Jon Jones is disqualified by referee Mazzagatti for using a 12-6 elbow that hurt Matt Hamill to the point where he cannot continue. Now, much controversy ensues, including UFC president Dana White bitterly slinging insults at the ref. Okay, so 2011, let's get to 2011, the most exciting parts of Jon Jones's career. Before he wins the world championship against Shogun Rua in New Jersey. He had to help a lady whose purse was being snatched, and only for him to apprehend the culprit and waiting for the police to arrive, right? So that's Jon Jones in a nutshell when it comes to the heroic side of his life, right? So previously unbeaten Ryan Bader at UFC 126 improves to his record 12-1. Immediately afterwards is informed that in just a few months he will be replaced by the injured teammate Rashad Evans in a title fight against Shogun Rua. So what does Jones do? He goes and beats Shogun Rua at age 23. By the way, becoming the youngest UFC champion in history. Now, UFC 128 main event in Newark, New Jersey is actually Jones's second victory of the day. On the morning of the fight, he turned into a superhero, as I told you before, foiled a robbery nearby Patterson. At that time, I remember he was saying that he was out there trying to meditate, right? He was trying to meditate. He was trying to find a waterfall of some sort, right? Doing some, I don't know, some Eastern techniques of meditation, what have you, whatever Greg Jackson had him going on. So he chases down the suspect while his coach were out for a run. Okay. And surprisingly enough, we found out that day that Greg Jackson spoke Spanish because he apparently was communicating with the lady in Spanish, but this, that, and the other. But all right. So the controversy continues on. And by the way, what a great time that was during March of.
All right. So as we're checking out one of my classic hit videos right here. Yes. This is the man who made the matchup right here, John Dong. I'm not even going to say that he predicted this matchup. He made this matchup on this live stream. He says, I've been waiting for this fight, and I've been waiting for you to pull up on this fight, and you did. And here it is. You are the man that made this matchup. So here we are, guys. Kyle Daukaus just walked out to the boys are back in town. Now let's see what Bo Nickal is walking out to.
2011, right? I remember that vividly. And for all my old school guys, for those of you that don't remember, Uriah Faber was also in that card fighting Eddie Wineland, which I believe, by the way, was Uriah Faber's UFC debut, right? At that point, he already had 20 to 30 some odd pro fights, but it was his UFC debut because WEC had been purchased by the UFC, and as a result, they inherited.
Stay tuned, guys.
So it became Uriah Faber's first.
Stay tuned, guys. There's Bo Nickal walking out right now, walking out to some R&B song, I believe.
During that time, I was living in Sacramento, okay, and also not only living in Sacramento, I was also training and fighting out of Sacramento. If you guys remember. So yeah, man, had some experience training with Team Alpha Male, had a few amateur kickboxing matches, MMA fights. And here we are coming full circle together. You remember that time Uriah Faber and Jon Jones were doing the Dougie, if you guys remember that little dance from back in 2011. Now look at young Jon Jones and Uriah Faber at that time. Oh my goodness, man. What a fun times that was back in the days, right? Really fun times, great times in Team Alpha Male. Obviously, great times for Jon Jones because it was the time that he had become the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, right? And man, it could have been better times. It was absolutely peak times for MMA, especially comparing the world of MMA right now. Talking about literally 2010. Okay, so this picture right here that you're seeing me training at Team Alpha Male, when Team Alpha Male was in I Street, by the way, at downtown Sacramento. Yeah, that was in December of 2010, and then been training there from December 2010 all the way when I had witnessed Uriah Faber get ready for his UFC 128 match, in the same matchup that Jon Jones had won his first light heavyweight undisputed championship of the world. So now 1 year later from that picture, right? It's now November 24, 2011. Jon Jones is taken into custody at a parking lot of a strip club in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the city where he lives and trains at. A traffic stop reveals that he had been driving on a suspended license. How about this? Charges were later dropped. Okay, and we're talking about from the time of 2011 to 2014 is a timeline that we're talking about right now, right? But this one right here, where his charges were dropped due to a suspended license, was in 2011, right? You want to know my speculation on that? Here's my speculation on that, right? John Jones at the time was a local hero to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Think about it. He put Albuquerque.
And no! In the middleweight division, all right, here we go. Now the second fight of the White House ever. We are underway. I would imagine the level of security that is at the White House right now. I mean, of course, they always have great security. The security is constant and 24/7, but at the same time, it's, yeah. Even more dire, I would imagine. All right, there's Bo Nickal right here. All right, round one. Here we go, guys. Round one between Kyle Daukaus and Bo Nickal. Let's see how it goes. Look at the size difference between Daukaus and Bo Nickal. I mean, that is just a significant size advantage that Kyle could take advantage of. But here's Bo Nickal giving you a different notion of, hey, listen, when you wrestle and when you take them to the ground, we're all the same height. All right, we got to take that one down. This is not a throwback. This is a live fight that we are witnessing right now, and Bo Nickal is right on top, as always, and that's how we would imagine it to be. Yes, very good posture control of Kyle Daukaus on the ground right now. Well, look at Bo Nickal banging away with some elbows on top right now. Good elbow from the top position of Bo Nickal right here. See, Bo Nickal doesn't even need to alleviate his head from this position. He could just bang elbows from close range here. But Kyle Daukaus is doing a very good job of not allowing him to posture up. Bo Nickal doing a very good job of maintaining this top position control right now. Very good top control position of Bo Nickal. Ban this spammer. Banned. You are banned from the face of the earth. Literally, at least in this world of Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA YouTube. All right, so doing a very good job. Right on top is Kyle. Daukaus still getting pummeled from the bottom. He hasn't been able to get up, and I think Bo Nickal is just scoring points at this point. As I said, as I predicted to John Dong, the guy who created this matchup, I told you that he was going to lay on him and he was going to play it safe. There's a lot on the line. There's no reason to get reckless. There's no reason to get into RDR shootout like we did, in the RDR fight. Bo Nickal is just comfortable where he's at, maintaining this, scoring points, and going home with a win, baby. And then it's lobsters from there. What is this? That's a stand-up. Wow. All right. So giving Kyle Daukaus an opportunity to really lay out Bo Nickal right now, I would reckon that Bo Nickal is going to try to shoot in again. Look at these bombs that Bo Nickal is throwing. Bombs. Ooh. Nice jab by Bo Nickal. Ooh, good low kick right there by Daukaus. Wow, look at that overhand right by Bo Nickal. He's looking to knock him out right there. Ooh, good front kick by Bo Nickal. Ooh, 1-2 shot. Oh, he just rocked him. He just rocked him. What's going on here? He just finished him. Wow, Bo Nickal with the finish. Bo Nickal with the finish. Let's go. Bo Nickal is back, baby. We are back. America's hero is back, baby. Yeah, Bo Nickal. Woo! Although I did predict, see, there's the real fans right there, not these robots, that are sitting here. Oh, yeah, Trump. Yeah, of course. And then there's Melania right there. There's Dana White. Dude, that was a good front kick right there. Like an Anderson Silva style front kick by Bo Nickal. I like it, man. Bo Nickal is definitely stepping up his game. AR says, hi, Kyrie in chat. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Like and subscribe. WYWNA. That's right. I'm a young ninja with attitude. Shout out to you, John Dong. Yeah, I'm sorry for your boy, man. But you still made the matchup, so be proud of yourself, right? But the better man won, and that was Bo Nickal. He's now learning new wrinkles in his game. And look at that White House in the background. It doesn't even look real, man. Skander Bego says, wow. Skander Bego says, who's the, besides Trump? I mean, obviously, Melania, right? I mean, it can't be anybody else. So, yeah. Did we get a Joe Rogan interview on that? Are you guys getting a Joe Rogan interview in your side? Let me know. I'd be curious to see what his call out is. Maybe he calls out Colby. You know what I mean? Imagine if he calls out Colby, like, Colby, where are you? Where are you, Colby? Where are you, you piece of shite? Wait, why did I make him sound Irish? I mean, just because he's a redhead, it doesn't mean he's, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I'm looking at but that's because I'm watching the TNT feed. Is anybody that's watching the Paramount feed, are you guys getting the post-fight interview? Let me know.
Albuquerque, New Mexico on the map. He's not from Albuquerque, New Mexico. In fact, it's not even a glamorized city in a way where people from Europe or these fighters from England or Ireland or Australia are breaking their backs to come to New Mexico out of all places when you could train in New York with the Longo team. You could train in Los Angeles with 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, along with other top MMA gyms in California, including, of course, Team Alpha Male. But then he goes and puts the city on the map. Now, everybody around the world now, all of a sudden, at this point, was training at Greg Jackson, and that included the names of George St. Pierre. That included the names of Carlos Condit, even Diego Sanchez. By the way, shout out to Diego Sanchez. He's got his own legal troubles going on right now. I believe he was doing a drive-by shooting of some sort. Jeez. Well, okay, so moving on from November 24, 2011, the cops may have given him a little bit of a leeway. So May 19, 2012, John wraps his Bentley around a utility pole in Binghamton, New York, and is taken into custody by the police after refusing a sobriety test. Okay, keep in mind, this is in 2012, just a year after he had won his world championship. So 1 year as a champion, he's already getting into it. He pleads guilty to a DUI, assessed a $1,000 fine, and his license suspended for 6 months. Now, obviously, I don't want to skip way too ahead of myself in this chronological order, but during 2014, Conor McGregor said something to the effect of, "Mates, why don't you just hire a driver? Why don't you just hire a driver or something?" You know what I mean? You know what a lot of Europeans may not understand about American culture is that American culture is a car-driven culture, right? If you've seen in my past live streams, I've showed you guys some lowrider shows. In this live stream, I've showed you guys different types of car clubs that involve California and all throughout across the United States, right? So that's just the culture around here. It's a car culture, and the idea of somebody driving you around is sort of a sense of lacking independence, not so much of a flex of your wealth or anything like that as how the rest of the world may view it. But on any regard, as time goes on, August 8th, 2012, Jon Jones signs a worldwide sponsorship with Nike, becoming the first UFC fighter to do so. Okay, so August 23rd, 2012, Jon Jones incurs the wrath of White after declining to accept a short notice replacement bout with Chael Sonnen after he rescheduled an opponent with Dan Henderson. Okay, and then he withdraws. Later on, John and Dan Henderson went on to have a grappling match inside a cage, not in the UFC, but that's neither here or there. Yep, so here it is. Here's the fight that we all wanted to see during that time, but it never happened. And there it is. Jon Jones doing what he normally does. He goes and he submits him. So what does that tell you? I think that how the matchup would have ended was either Jon Jones would have kicked him in his face or jabbed him out, or maybe even just submit him the way that he did here. But did we really need to see this fight in the first place? No. But it was a fight where many people were upset because Jon Jones prevented a lot of them from getting paid. So keep in mind, we're still in the phase of 2012 to 2014, right? If we can follow on, right? So, okay. As a result of that, UFC 151 becomes the first event to have been canceled by the promotion. White verbally attacks Greg Jackson, the coach of Jon Jones, who had advised him in taking this fight, okay, as a fucking sport of killers, he says, okay? So September 22nd, 2012, after being falsely scheduled for UFC's next pay-per-view event, Jon Jones is nearly submitted early by Vitor Belfort. Man, that was a crazy fight, right? He had nearly submitted him in the first round, and but ultimately won UFC 152 in the main event via fourth round submission. So again, he finally fights Chael Sonnen, right? Finally gets his date in the cage with Jon Jones and nearly ends up as the champion. Despite Jones dominating while mauling Sonnen at UFC 159 headline bout, Jones discloses big toe was broken, okay? But nonetheless, he was able to finish him in 27 seconds, just ground and pound. Had Sonnen survived the horn, the doctor would have likely not allowed the champ to continue with such a grotesque injury. I mean, the toe looked absolutely horrible, right? So September 23rd, 2013, Jones is taken to the limit for a 5-rounder against Alexander Gustafsson. Okay, now that fight right there was absolutely legendary. And he didn't even train for it, apparently, right? Setting a UFC record for light heavyweights in his 6th title defense. So now we go on to the Daniel Cormier era, okay? Accused of writing homophobic slurs to a Swedish fan on Instagram, Jones said after the quote-unquote homophobic slurs, he said that his phone was stolen and was hacked. In reality, nobody really cares that he said these things. Let's just be honest, right? Nobody really cares. You understand what kind of sport you are in, right? Although others will say otherwise and say, well, you know what? That's not a very good way of making the sport inclusive or this and that. To your opinion, it varies, right? August 14th, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier at a Las Vegas news conference to promote their scheduled title fight. The two ended up brawling in the hotel lobby floor later that day, and they interviewed via split screen. Following the interview, Cormier is heard saying he wished he were allowed to go to where Jon Jones was so he can spit in his face. And Jon Jones responded, you know what? I would absolutely end your life. You know that? So that's where we are now in the Daniel Cormier era of the Jon Jones saga.
Okay. You're a little fat.
You're a John.
Oh my God, you're
you
so
hit,
weak.
First off, you hit like a if you even hit me.
Yeah. I hit like a but I didn't hit you. You didn't.
You didn't, because I didn't even feel it.
Oh, man.
I felt Melky's punch more than yours, you little fucking punk.
Oh, yeah, you're so mad. I can hear it in your voice.
Okay, John. I'm taking everything September 27th.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. You're just the fakest person. I actually admire that you can actually be this fake. And like when the TV comes on, how you can just change. It's like you're a chameleon.
Hey, listen,
It's
I'm
awesome.
a professional.
It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
The fact that you're a hasn't changed.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how fake you can really be. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to fight and be petty. But John, if you really do are really basing anything off of what happened today on that floor, you are an idiot.
Yeah, well, how come you ended up being on the floor and on your back?
Because they had all security guards grabbing me.
Oh,
You're the worst, dude. Like, seriously. You're the worst, dude. You're the worst. But hey, John, watch, John. I'll be a chameleon just like you. I'll do exactly like you did on this last interview. I won't give him anything. I'll do exactly like you did. Because, I mean, remember, I have Olympic-level media training. So watch, I'll show you.
So, yeah, here we are, right, in the Daniel Cormier era of Jon Jones's career. So, obviously, yes, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier to promote their scheduled fight. Okay, the two ended up brawling in the lobby. And later that day, obviously, the interview, the split screen right here, that right there that I'm showing you right now is absolutely exclusive footage that Fox Sports did not want to air for absolutely good reasons of monetization or just censorship, right? I mean, okay, so September 23rd, 2014, for his role in the Cormier brawl, Jones is fined $50,000 by the Nevada State Athletic Commission, which also rules that he must put in 40 hours of community service. So what happens? January 3rd, 2015, Jones and Cormier finally fight. Jones controls the UFC 182 main event from the start to finish, and he earns a unanimous decision victory over that, okay? So one day after that win, okay, by the way, we're maybe skipping around right here because that's the second time around that him and Daniel Cormier had fought, right? But before all that, before this head kick, okay, just one day after being featured on the Forbes magazine of 30 under 30 list on the brightest young stars in the sports, Jones is seen with his public image take a jolt when the Nevada State Athletic Commission reveals that he had tested positive for the main metabolite in the cocaine prior to the Cormier fight. Jones announced that he had checked into the rehab. The drug test occurred a full 30 days before UFC 182. And because it's cocaine, it's not on the list of banned substance while out of competition. The fight was allowed to go on. So January 7, 2015, Jones checks into a rehab facility in Albuquerque, New Mexico, okay, after just one night. January 17, 2015, from January 7th to January 17, 2015, Jones was fined $25,000 for violating the athletic code of conduct policy for a failed drug test. January of 2019, Jones is involved in a hit and run, hit and run injuries with a pregnant woman and other vehicles. So what does Jones do? He turns himself into the police hours, initially fleeing the scene. Okay, so John Jones at that time has already been stripped of his championship, suspended indefinitely by the UFC. September 29th, 2015, pleads guilty of leaving the scene of an accident involving an injury, sentenced to 18 months of supervised probation. 23rd of October, 2015, UFC reinstates Jones in the active roster. March 29th, he's jailed for violating probation. A week earlier, he was cited by the police of 5 charges related to drag racing, and a footage from a police body camera captured John Jones calling a police officer an effing liar and a pig. Okay, so shout out to John Jones for that. I know a thing or two about that. March 2016, parole violation. Jones is ordered to take anger management and driver improvement classes. April 23rd, 2016, Jones returns to competition after 15 months of absence, defeats Ovince St. Preux via unanimous decision to capture the light heavyweight belt. Okay, so what's interesting about that, many people were citing at the fact that, hey, you know what, maybe John Jones is not the same guy anymore, right? Maybe he's not the same guy considering the fact that he had gone to a decision in the way that he did against Ovince St. Preux. So Jones is pulled from a scheduled 200 UFC rematch with Daniel Cormier after being flagged by USADA for potential violation of doping. Okay, so July 7th, Jones holds a press conference in Las Vegas, denies the cheating, okay, and announces that he will appeal the failed test. Okay, being labeled a cheat, he says, tearful, John Jones hurts me more than anything. I've been through a lot in my career, pretty much. So, yeah. All of a sudden, okay, November 16th, 1 week after hearing Jones is issued a 1-year ban from USADA failed drug test, the hearing had revealed that the substance for which John Jones tested positive were clomiphene and letrozole metabolites found in tadalafil. By the way, okay, I need you to read that right there because I'm not reading that part right there. Okay, now make of that as you will, whatever reason he had to do that. So Jones, once again, stripped of his interim title by the UFC, making him the first champion to be stripped twice. December 16th. By the way, this was during the time that Conor McGregor was beating the crap out of everybody, right? I mean, he went from Nate Diaz and then goes into Eddie Alvarez. Now he's going into a fight with Floyd Mayweather. Okay, that's where this was during this time, right? So after 1 year of suspension he received from USADA, he comes back July 29, 2017. By the way, a couple of months before what I believe is to be the Floyd Mayweather-McGregor fight, after a 15-month absence from the cage, Jones finally meets Cormier again, connects with a devastating head kick to score a third-round knockout to regain the light heavyweight championship of the world. Okay? So after that win, Jones reacts to reclaiming the UFC light heavyweight championship after defeating Daniel Cormier. But guess what? Guess what happens? Jones is notified of a potential violation of UFC's anti-doping policy stemming from a drug screening of July 28th, 1 day before the UFC 214 rematch with Cormier. Anabolic steroids Turinabol was found in his system in a test administered by USADA. So the California State Athletic Commission overturns John's win Oh my goodness. 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 That is Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury makes a grand entrance into the White House. He's always dreamed about walking out with Donald Trump, or at least in this case, being a guest at the White House at the UFC. And here he goes, man. Is he joining for commentary? No way. No way. He's going to join commentary.
We are absolutely thrilled to be joined here on the south lawn of the White House by one of the most decorated champions in boxing history, former two-time Ring Magazine heavyweight champion Tyson Fury. Back in the U.S. for the first time since 2021. Nice to see you stateside. How's it been?
So Eddie Hearn really didn't know. Eddie Hearn didn't know. Eddie Hearn had no idea. I think he signed with Dana White here. Does Eddie know where the fight is? Ask Eddie if he knows where the fight is. Here it is, man. Wow, dude. Here I am, too. God bless USA. Yes, shout out to you, Aaron Maga. Yeah, we established that one. Wow, man. How about that? All right, so what a great way to make an announcement here. Tyson Fury at the South Lawn, y'all. Won't back down. No, 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 no. No, I won't back down. No, no, I won't back down. All right, man. So they got the, what is this little first responders thing going on? Okay. All right. Here we go, guys. We're about to start with the Michael Chandler card. All right, Michael Chandler video package is playing right now. Yeah, I'm really curious to see how this fight is going to go, exactly how Michael Chandler is going to deal with his height, his pressure. Also, man, I think Michael Chandler is probably going to push a lot more pressure. I would reckon that he's going to use a lot more wrestling in this one. Yeah, I could see him play a totally different ball game here. All right, man, we're just watching the Ruffy video package right now. There's a song saying, I want to meet you on the other side. He says, I am the most entertaining lightweight on the planet. All right, let's see what this entrance is. Michael Chandler sounds like he's coming out to some Shakespearean stuff. All right, what is this 1980s music Michael Chandler is walking out to? Michael Chandler looks a lot more relaxed as usual in this one. Like, he doesn't look frantic or anything like that. All right, so Michael Chandler is now walking into the cage right now. Walk into the cage as we speak. Look at this. Look at Michael Chandler bouncing up and down in the cage right now. And next we got Ruffy coming out. They got a live band. They got a live band out here and everything. Look at this, man. Straight live band and all that. Let's listen to this. This sounds like Portuguese music of some sort. And they had like a Marine Corps band playing it and everything. Wow, dude. I got Wembley to win the finals. I got Wembley to win the finals. What do you mean? Are you talking about England to win the World Cup? Let me know. Victory says, yeah, so Dana is going to put out Fury versus Anthony Joshua. I believe so, yes. He's going to put it on, yes. The UFC will be like going back to the Apex after this event. It will suck. You know what, man? Listen, I'm going to be honest with you, right? I'm a true fight fan at heart. Whether it's in the Apex or whether it's at the White House or whether it's at your homies, local high school, gymnasium, I'm watching all the fights, bro. And this, I'm going to be honest with you, right? This is how you know I'm a real hardcore. I treat this no different than any other fight. You know what? Like, I had this elaborate plan where I was going to bring like a whole bunch of people to come in here and this and that. And then I realized it's like, you know what, man, this is going to be a Sunday where it's going to be a Monday for a lot of people to deal with tomorrow, right? It would be very difficult to, look, gathering people for a Saturday fight, like pulling up for a live stream or this and that. Ain't nobody got anything going on a Saturday night. But if you're talking about Sunday to Monday, bro, it was so hard. So I just decided, you know what? I'm going to do it simple. And I'm going to, have, I'm just going to have it audio and then just react to it. I'm probably going to get the same amount of views, if not more anyway. And I got a lot of views earlier from doing the Austin Metcalf thing. So all right, so 29-year-old Mauricio Ruffy, 40-year-old Michael Chandler, 75-inch reach for Ruffy, 71 for Chandler, 5'11 versus 5'8. All right, here's Michael Chandler. Iron Michael Chandler. Mauricio Ruffy. Here we go. Mauricio Ruffy. All right, there's Mike Beltran standing like a Marine. But yeah, I think he was a Marine, and then he was a sheriff, and then he became a referee. But yeah. All right, here we go, man. Round number 1, Ruffy versus Michael Chandler. Here we go. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Here we go. All right, look at the movement of Michael Chandler. Very elusive footwork by Michael Chandler. Going in and out in a very low stance. Look for him to, okay, surprisingly some low kicks right there within that low stance. Maybe perhaps looking for a takedown, perhaps. What was that Michael Chandler was attempting right there? I'm very impressed by how Michael Chandler is moving right now. Very impressive. Look at the movement and the footwork of Michael Chandler, and then there's Ruffy right there, throwing right upstairs. 304, 303, 301 in the first round right now. Nice little taekwondo ass kick right there by Ruffy. Not to be mentioned by ass kick. I'm literally saying axe kick. Okay, not the type of urban ghetto axe, if you know what I mean. Ooh, nice spinning back kick, but a little too close range for a spinning back kick. Ooh, nice Superman punch off the cage by Michael Chandler. Yeah, he got stunned by a jab there. I guess I got to lower this down a little bit for it to not echo. It's not echoing, is it? Like, I don't think it echoes if I'm lowering down the volume. Oh, wow. Look at that. A little back fist attempt by Ruffy there. Oh, Ruffy with the connection. Yeah. Okay, he just stunned Michael Chandler with that kick right now. Look at the top head of Ruffy right now. He's busted up, but look at Michael Chandler looking for. He just rocked Michael Chandler! And Michael Chandler is now running away like Alistair Overeem. Oh, he hurt him. He hurt him. Say goodbye to your Conor McGregor fight. Conor McGregor, even though I got my ass kicked in the White House, in my own country, I still want to fight with you. Conor McGregor, do you accept my challenge after getting beat up in front of my president? You're a fucking dweeb of a thing. You's a bloody dweeb, ain't ya? You's a bloody dweeb, Chandler. You had your chance, mate. Oh! Ah! 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 Ruffy with a knockout. Ruffy with the knockout. Ruffy just got a knockout. He got a knockout. There's another finish. There's been nothing but finishes in the White House fight so far. Every single fight has been a finish. Woo! So let's hear what he's saying right now. Oh, what is he saying? Something to Donald Trump there. Wow, man. Wow. Impressive performance by Ruffy. We knew this was going to happen, right? We kind of knew. Yeah, man. What great power. Look at this. Another body shot right there. After that spinning heel kick, follows up with a body jab, a hook to the body. He falls down right after that heel kick. Like he literally falls like forward. And then he rocks his head back. Yeah, my man said that was perfection. Correct. That was absolute perfection. And once again, Jones being stripped of his title. Okay. So in September 2018, by the way, just about a couple of weeks before Khabib and Conor McGregor were going to fight each other at UFC 229, you saw it announced that after an appeal process, it was assessed to Jon Jones at a 15-month suspension retroactive to June 28th to 17th. He was deemed eligible to fight again on October 28th. So what does he do? He goes in there with a rematch against Alexander Gustafsson. What happens in an Alexander Gustafsson fight? Well, take a look at this.
And Gustafsson, the super fight between the women, Nunes and Cyborg, and we're moving it from Las Vegas to the Forum in LA. Tickets will go on sale Wednesday, and people who bought tickets here in Las Vegas can get a full refund, and we'll figure out how to get you seated in LA if you're interested in moving to LA to watch the fight. I'll turn it over to Jeff to explain what's going on.
We were informed earlier this week by the United States Anti-Doping Agency, who administers our anti-doping program, that a urine sample collected from Jon Jones on December 9th of this year tested positive for a very, very small amount of a long-term metabolite of the same prohibited substance for which he was sanctioned in July 2017.
So just like that, they decide they were going to move the fight down to LA. Okay. Very unprecedented. Relocated from Las Vegas to LA. Okay. After a random drug test discovers a trace amount of anabolic steroids for which he was banned last year. Okay. USADA declares that Jon Jones was not at fault, but he is able to be licensed in Nevada in time for Saturday's fight. So they had to move based on that. Unprecedented, never happened before. 2018, All right, so they're asking him how happy are you with the result? He said amazing. The first thing I want to do is thank God. He said he's saying I love you to his family. He said thank you for everything, Dana White. Wow, look at that background, man. It doesn't even look real. It like almost looks like an AI, but it's like real life that we're experiencing right now. Okay, so he's now, homeboy is now spitting out some Bible verses right now. All right, so he's saying that Jesus saved his life. Okay. He said your opponent tonight was known for his durability. So Joe Rogan's asking him, how happy are you with this performance? Wow, look at that spinning heel kick. Boom. Oh, wow, he was doing the stanky leg afterwards, man. He was doing a little bit of the Harlem Shake right there. Yeah, a kick like that, man. You can, literally finish a lot of people with a kick like that. Okay, so he's thanking his whole entire team. He's saying that he's one of the most exciting contenders in the division. And so he's just getting his translation on right now. I think I don't understand Portuguese, but when you say Casablanca, that means you're probably saying you're thankful to be at the White House or something to do with the White House, I would assume. Oh, wow. So he's proposing his wife right now. Oh, wow. All right, she gave the thumbs up. All right, so he got the win. He got the marriage, and he got to be in front of the White House. Look at that scene right there. Wow. Amazing event, man. Amazing event so far. And the best fights are up ahead, man. Oh, there's Tony Hinchcliffe. Of course, he had to be there. Who else is there? I mean, obviously, just nothing but troops. Looks like I see seamen, Marines, a lot of Marines, a lot of Army people, Air Force. What else? Space Force. All right. So just like the TV and just like the Paramount and TNT, I'm going to go on a commercial. But it's going to be a commercial for myself. So check out some of my top old videos going back to documenting Jon Jones's career. We'll be right back. Jones is drug tested on the day of the weigh-ins and trace amount of Turinabol, same steroid metabolic that earned him the ban. Okay. On the 29th, Jones dominant all the way against Gustafsson, third round TKO once again, becoming the UFC light heavyweight champion of the world. Jones passes multiple drug tests. After that, in 2019, Dana White tells TMZ that Jones will file a license application with Nevada later that month. And if granted a license, he will defend his belt against Anthony Smith. Okay, so Jones granted a one-fight license that subjects him to the testing that will keep him eligible even if he tests positive for the same bad substance, as long as it's in the same picogram levels. Now, that created a lot of controversy during that time, okay? The debates of pictograms, this, that, and the other. And the next thing you know, February 19th, every week, maybe twice a week, someone is at my house taking blood and urine. A lot of people at the time were really complaining about the USADA, right? Just being very invasive and just, yeah, not really respecting the privacy of the fighters. So Jones goes to a unanimous decision win over Anthony Smith. Obviously, a scary moment in round 4 where Jones lands a knee to his face, which was granted illegal, and referee Herb Dean deducts 2 points. Had Smith been unable to continue, man, John Jones would have lost his belt right there. April 19, 2019, a waitress at the Albuquerque club, okay, you've seen right there what kind of club it is, alleges to the police that John Jones denied a private dance, was roughhousing with her, put her in a chokehold, kissed her on her neck, and what? Wow, okay, so that's crazy. That right there is something that not a lot of people have really talked about, but kind of reveals John Jones in a different way. So after that, Jones fights Thiago Santos, gets a split decision. Many people thought Thiago Santos won that fight, but that's neither here or there. So this is at the phase right now where him and Izzy start fighting, right? John Jones reports to have had battery stemming from April in that club, failed to appear for a bond arraignment in June, prompting a bench warrant to be issued. Jones tells the station that he was unaware of the charge and that once he was told, Jones went to court and paid the bond. Now, him and Izzy got into this beef. For those of you that don't know, obviously, Izzy at the time was hot in 2018, 2019, and even in 2020, up until, of course, he fought Jan Blachowicz, right? Which sort of ended the notion that perhaps maybe Izzy can compete at 205 or somehow fight John Jones or maybe replace John Jones, because after all, this is a business where you can be easily replaced at any given time, right? So now we are in the era of him and Izzy, you know, sort of fighting with each other, right? So, all right. They respond to each other, okay, talking about, oh, you're a delusional kid. You know, you don't want to mess with a beast like me. I'll expose you. This back and forth that they have going on. They later went on to become friends. Obviously, they had met up and obviously made up.
They want to fight me. I'm middleweight, but then I responded back, and then we had beef. And then for a few years, it was like that. Then after I fought Costa, it went really deep. And then that was a fight. That was around the time it could have happened, but I don't know what happened. Scheduling, COVID reasons, whatever. And I fought Jan. But yeah, real recognize real. I put it that way. The fans. So and then.
So there it was, just like the Tom Aspinall fight, a fight that never happened, a fight that probably we didn't need, and some will argue Tom Aspinall is needed to solidify his history. But on the other end of that, I just look at it like, man, people want to see John Jones lose because of all these things that have happened to him, right? So, all right. Going back to October 15, 2019, Jones pleads a no contest to a reduced charge of a disorderly conduct for his behavior at the strip club. Under the terms of the plea deal, if Jones is not arrested to have found violated the law in the next 90 days, the case will be dismissed. There have been no violations reported since, and the case does not appear on Jones's record. November 2019, UFC President Dana White confirms Dominic Cruz will be up next. They fight in February 2020. It was one of Dominic Reyes's best performances. Okay, and then after that, he had gone on to lose one fight after another, right? It was like a John Jones curse type of thing until eventually Dominic Reyes got a win. Okay, after he got that win, then he's sort of back to where he needed to be. But it was one of those fights that really escaped Dominic Reyes, right? In fact, when he did win, I managed to make a video about it. Well, check this out. I was in LA right behind Universal Studios, and I was in a hotel, and I had just reacted to Dominic Reyes finally winning after losing that fight to Jon Jones, in which he should have won. This is what I had to say about it. Dominic Reyes finally get a victory over Dustin Jacoby. A long time coming, I got to be honest with you. We've known or thought that Jon Jones was defeated by Dominic Reyes, probably one of the hardest fights of his career. Afterwards, Dominic Reyes went on to lose to a whole bunch of contenders and future champions, and as a result, never got the full credit that he truly deserved. So as a result, here he is tonight, finally getting sort of our redemption in his career. Obviously, we've known that Dominic Reyes is capable of a lot more. However, the losing streak that he had going on, I think, was really detrimental to his career. But tonight, he finally proved that, you know what? I can go out there and show the world what I'm really made of. Not by fluke mistakes, not by the judges' scorecards, and not necessarily anything that has anything to do with anything that was outside of his control, but rather showing that he was in full control and in full swing of things with a first round TKO victory that he has over Dustin Jacoby, as I'm witnessing it right now, while he is right now being interviewed by Paul Felder as we speak. But not only that, I think we also have to understand that when it comes to this game, there are mountains and valleys and peaks. In other words, you have the highest high and the lowest lows when it comes to wins and losses. You also have a lot of 50-50 matchups where in MMA, everything is a total 50-50 coin toss. And many of those coin tosses that he's experienced, unfortunately, was not in his favor. Dominic Reyes has had his own redemption story, but in a form of competition. Now, as for Jon Jones, his form of struggles didn't exactly happen in the cage. It was everything outside of the cage where he was taking L's. Okay, so obviously he retains that title back in February 2020 with a controversy. It's a unanimous decision, but the reaction to the fans suggests that Dominic Reyes had deserved that win. Now, Dana White says after the bout that Reyes deserves a rematch, but that was put in doubt a week later when Jan Blachowicz scores a first-round KO of Corey Anderson. But if you remember, Corey Anderson was hot at that time, right? Jones was in attendance, talked about how impressed he was of Jan Blachowicz and how he could see the UFC matching them up. So March 2020, okay, he's arrested again for alleged DWI, negligent of use of firearms, among other charges. 5 days later, Jones agrees to a plea deal, guilty to a DWI, and is fined in order to perform community service, put on probation, and other charges were dropped. May of 2020, Jones donates $25,000 to a food depot, okay, during the time of COVID. May of 2020, Jones indicates that the fight he wants is not another light heavyweight title defense, but rather a heavyweight bout with Francis Ngannou. And that's when the Predator tweets at Jon Jones and replies to him, "All power means nothing when your haymakers are too slow." Okay, so yes, this was a fight that was supposed to happen between them, but obviously the politics sort of prevented that from happening. Have met with each other several times, right? Obviously, this was the second time around that they had met with each other, and I believe there was first encounter. It was all in the PFL, so this was in the PFL, and the other one was in the PFL as well, or I believe this was in a boxing match. I'm not quite sure, but I know the first one, okay, the cage is right behind him, so yeah, it was a PFL fight, and the first one was a PFL fight once again as well. Jon Jones sizing up Francis Ngannou, feeling him up, saying to him, "Hey, you listen, all the best, all the best. You know what? One day we'll fight, but you crossed the street to the other side of the promotion, and that is that, unfortunately." So, okay, unwilling to pay Francis more money for the super fight, Jones hints that he is walking away from the sport. And it's been fun, you guys. Maybe I'll see you in a year or two, threatening retirement around that time. So upon hearing UFC president Dana White claiming he's been asking for too much to fight Ngannou, he wants to be paid Deontay Wilder money. Jones had a fiery response on Twitter saying, I don't make half as much as what Deontay Wilder makes. If my reputation causes to undervalue me this much, just go ahead and release me from the UFC altogether. I'm sure some promoter somewhere will be fine and happy to pick me up. Okay, so although he does not make it official, Jones indicates that he is surrendering his 205 belt. Okay, and Reyes and Yan for the UFC light heavyweight belt for the world. As of right now, I got nothing to really gain from fighting either of them, according to Jon Jones. And this was around May 31st, 2020. Right? So he wants to set up a fight with him and Izzy one day, but obviously that never happened. Jones announces on Twitter, August of 2020, that he's vacating his belt. Hours later, again, Jones writes that he had really a positive conversation with the UFC and sounds like the negotiation. So back in 2020 sounds a lot like the Tom Aspinall situation, isn't it? Very much similar to that effect. So obviously after he had beaten Cyril Gane, okay, now we're in the Tom Aspinall era of Jon Jones's life, even though they've never really officially had fought each other. Okay, so in May of 2021, Jones announces on social media he had hired a veteran of the boxing promoting game, Richard Schaefer, former CEO of Golden Boy Promotions, as a representative. This move was seen as a step towards possibly ending Jon Jones's contractual impasses with the UFC. We all saw how that went out, okay? So Jones's 2013 title defense back and forth goes into the UFC Hall of Fame. Okay, back in 2021, hours after the Hall of Fame, guess what happened to Jones? He's charged with a misdemeanor and tampering with a vehicle, a felony. Asked about his arrest, UFC President Dana White says this guy's got a lot of demons, man. A lot of demons. Definitely does, right? And obviously, before we get to the Tom Aspinall part of his story, here's Jon Jones again with another troublesome situation with the. So as we're watching the body cam footage of the Metropolitan Police Department of the Las Vegas PD right now, Jon Jones being handcuffed, okay, has his head right on the hood of the car, probably about to, bash his head into the car. But on any regard, yes, look, this kind of goes into the Tom Aspinall situation that I'm talking about, right? Why is it that people are obsessed with seeing Jon Jones somehow lose to Tom Aspinall? Well, this is why. This is why. Okay, he's the greatest of all time. He didn't get the send-off the way that Dustin Poirier did. And he's right here embarrassing himself with another embarrassing situation. And you know what? I think a lot of UFC fans want to see redemption. But like I said before, right? Yes, is it possible that Tom Aspinall can beat him? But it's only Jon Jones that can decide whether he wants to go in there and fight this man or not. And therefore, what if Tom Aspinall can't beat Jon Jones? Then if that's the case, guess what? There is no redemption story or this karmatic story that people want to see out of Jon Jones, but that's just really the reality of it. So obviously, right after that arrest in September 2021, Jon Jones posts an Instagram story of a video of him lifting weights, along with a capture that reads, "I have way too much trauma to consume alcohol. My brain simply can't handle it anymore. I will leave alcohol in the past forever." Okay, so now on October 2021, Jones is banned for a long time from his longtime training facility at Greg Jackson because of this incident that happened in Las Vegas. Okay, 2015, Jones posted on Twitter a video of him working out at Fight Ready MMA, the training home of Henry Cejudo in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, the caption says, "Turning lemons into lemonades, ladies and gentlemen." 21, a domestic battery charge is dropped by Las Vegas court after Jones agrees to plead a nolo contendere to misdemeanor charge of destroying a property of another. Jon Jones is ordered to pay restitution for damaging a police vehicle and attend anger management classes. So then April 22nd, 2022, April 26, 2022, the advisor, Richard Schaefer, tells ESPN that the UFC asked Jon Jones to fight former heavyweight champion Stipe Miocic in July after Jones tweets Stipe is saying that they will be at his absolute peak in September. Now, I'm disappointed but patient. I wanted the heavyweight GOAT at his absolute best, according to Jon Jones. By the way, they were scheduled to fight years ago in Detroit when Stipe was world champion, but obviously it never happened. August 2022, asked by Twitter, the follower, of an update for the Miocic fight, and it addresses that also a possibility of meeting Francis Ngannou. Now, American, fight for the rights of every man. Josh Hokit versus Derek Lewis is right now on 4 hours and 11 minutes into the live stream. Josh Hokit walking out right now. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in. We are tapped in for this one. I believe this is the people's main event. And you know what? I've been playing Jon Jones documentaries that I made, Tom Aspinall documentaries that I made. And the reason why I did that is because I wanted to show you guys the relevance of those particular fights with these heavyweights right here. Josh Hokit, Derek Lewis. And then on top of that, you got Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane. All very important focal points for the heavyweight division. And obviously Jon Jones vacating that literally last year at Azerbaijan, Baku, in the fight night that they had over there. Literally vacated it that day, and it was Dana White that announced it while he was over there. So here we are, guys. These two guys are now fighting for the heavyweight division contendership in the biggest stage of them all, the White House, live from Washington, D.C. All right, so midnight sponsors UFC and TNT Sports. I'm watching it from the TNT Sports perspective, so I'm kind of watching it from the British side. All right, man. So here we go. We are close to the event. Wow, look at this setup right here. Look at this little setup they got going on. Wait, what? This is sponsored by Truth Social? Really? Like, yeah, we're the voice of President Trump. The voice of them boys. All right, from Albuquerque, New Mexico, Josh Hokit. You know what's crazy about this guy? Former NFL player, Fresno State wrestler, Look at this. He's trying to walk down Derek Lewis already. Oh, he's already giving him the finger. Ooh, this is going to be good. Oh, the troops are loving this. Oh, there's Herb Dean, and it's Herb Dean. So you know if there's going to be a late stoppage, it's going to be Herb Dean up in here. All right, round number 1. Derek Lewis in a red trunks. Oh, look at this. Attempting a hook straight away from Derek Lewis. Josh Hokit with a little bit of his hands down. Ooh, there's a nice front kick by Josh Hokit. Some oblique kicks right there, showing some different looks. A little bit of some Cub Swanson style that he has going on. Obviously, John Jones-esque, right? Very relative to the Greg Jackson style, as you would assume. Oh, what is this? Spinning heel kick. Trying to emulate what Ruffy did earlier. Really affected his psyche right there, seeing that from the last match, or sort of getting ideas to do that. So he did another one, and then as soon as he did that, he fell. Joe Rogan is complimenting the patience of Derek Lewis. But Josh Hokit looks pretty good right now in terms of being a very active fighter. I think that's really important right now, staying active. Eventually, he's going to get into this rhythm of basically trying to keep up with the pace of Josh Hokit. Look at this. Now Josh Hokit is a little bit on the flow state right now. And for those guys that have struck for a long time, guys that are strikers, you know what I'm talking about. Ooh, there's a nice overhand by Josh. So there it is, right? Just as what we know of Josh Hokit to be. He takes down Derek Lewis. He gets right on top. Remember what Daniel Cormier said. He said that, you know what? I could fight Derek Lewis with a bad back. And he did. He fought him in New York with a bad back at UFC 230 back in 2018. Otherwise, he would have never fought him, right? There's just a skill discrepancy there, and we are already seeing it right there. There's Josh Hokit with a good takedown, maintaining top control position halfway into the first round right now. Yo, he said that if he quits in there, he's going to follow him to the parking lot and beat him up some more. Oh, that was some good elbows by Josh Hokit. I'm telling you, we're getting some finishes tonight, man. Really good elbows by Josh Hokit there. All right, so Josh Hokit takes the back off Derek Lewis right now. Just basically standing over him right now. All right, so maintaining top control position, Josh Hokit, just as we expected. Oh, wow, he's looking for an armbar. He got this, bro. He got the armbar. He's going to tap. He's going to tap. No, he's not. He's not going to tap. He's going to allow him to break his arm at the White House. I told you guys, late stoppage Herb Dean. Late stoppage Herb Dean is at it again. But it's Derek Lewis this time. Really allowing his arms to be hyperextended here. Herb Dean is looking closely. This is like a Ronda Rousey style armbar right here. Wow. Derek Lewis's arm is out, man. Derek Lewis's arm is out. All right, round number two. Round number two. Let's see how Derek Lewis responds from that insane armbar that he took. Good forward jab by Josh Hokit. Ooh, there's what is that? He was going for a head kick, and then I think he was also trying to go for, okay, there's Josh Hokit going for a single leg right now. Ooh, wow, he really was swinging for the fence on that one and missed. Now, as I was saying, right, one of the comparisons of styles that I noticed about Josh Hokit was that of Fedor. They're singing Lewis. They're screaming for Lewis right now. Yeah, I think this fight is going to go to a decision. I think Josh Hokit is going to have a hard time finishing Derek Lewis. But I also think that there is a high susceptibility of Josh Hokit finishing Derek Lewis. Because look at that forward motion he was doing right there. He's very, how do I say this? Like very, very elusive and then very explosive. So that right there could catch Derek Lewis. And then you've seen in the ground, man, he's quite good at getting those arm bars. Oh, he just caught Derek Lewis. Can you believe that? He caught Derek Lewis. Oh, there's another one. Oh, Derek Lewis looks like he's going down, man. Oh, Derek Lewis is getting pummeled. Derek Lewis is getting destroyed right now, man. Look at this, man. He's just swinging for the fences. Derek Lewis looks like a complete drunk that doesn't know what he's doing, man. I'll bet you Donald Trump is worried right now because he probably favors Derek Lewis over Josh Hokit. It's like, yeah, Derek Lewis, good black guy. Oh, man, he's getting hit right now, man. He's getting pummeled. 213, 211. Oh, 1-2 shots. So it's the 1-2 shots that's really getting Derek Lewis right now. Derek Lewis stumbling all over the place. Oh, man, there's a 1-2 shot right there. Derek Lewis is getting taken out. Okay. Oh, there's an elbow right from that clinch position right there in those hand fighting positions with Josh Hokit. All right, Josh Hokit pushes Derek Lewis's head down. Oh, 1-2 shot. Oh, wow. Yo, he can really crack, though, Josh Hokit. He's really proven it. Oh, speaking of crack, he's looking to crack Derek Lewis. He's looking to crack Derek Lewis. Derek Lewis is out. Derek Lewis is out. Josh Hokit with the victory. Josh Hokit with the victory. We knew Josh Hokit was going to come out with a victory on that one, man. Josh Hokit, man, every single one of these fights are finishes right now. Incredible pace, incredible performance by Josh Hokit. He did it right, man. He did it right on this one. Man, great combinations on Homie. Okay, so there's Josh Hokit spending some time with the president right there. I wonder what they're talking about. All right, looks like he gave Trump a chain or something. All right, let's hear what they have to say. A lot of round two finishes, I noticed. Yeah, a lot of round two finishes. All right, let's hear what Josh Hokit has to say. Oh my God. He just said, Michelle Obama is a man. Am I right, America? And then he goes and calls out Alex Pereira. Man, perfect. Perfect. That's what you got to do. That's how you call people out, man. That's how you got to do it. All right. Triple H and Roman Reigns, of course, he would be there. Abramovich. Who else is here? Wow, man. Great night of fights. Now, I've been hearing whispers in November, but honestly, I had no clue. Been hearing Francis could possibly be back on the table. Okay, so that's according to those reports. So yeah, man. So okay, this is still haunting Jon Jones, right? The whole thing that had happened to him in Las Vegas, right? So okay, UFC heavyweight Cyril Gane tweets, "Where are you at, Jon Jones? I'm free this March." Okay, so the UFC announces that Jones will make his heavyweight debut against Gane on March 4th, 285. Okay, and what happened afterwards, right? Obviously, Francis Ngannou got stripped right after Cyril Gane had been beaten by Francis Ngannou in a unanimous decision. So Jones only needed 2 minutes and 4 seconds to defeat Gane by guillotine choke, okay? Now, the UFC announced that he will defend against Stipe Miocic in 2023. In October 2023, Jones and Miocic have been canceled, and Jones tears a pectoral tendon off his bone in training, according to UFC President Dana White. So Crystal Martinez, a drug testing agent from the Free Drug Sport International, files a police report saying that Jon Jones in his home in New Mexico, in which he alleges that Jon Jones had assaulted and threatened to kill her during a visit to his home to collect a urine sample as part of UFC's anti-doping program. Wow. Wow. Okay. Now, I want you to keep in mind, all of this is just nothing more than speculation, okay? The Albuquerque Police Department issues Jon Jones a summoning citing alleged assault and interference with communication. Jon Jones responds via X, saying that in part, I was caught off guard by unprofessionalism and protocol by one of the testers, which caused frustration, leading me to some profanity that I regret. However, I want to emphasize that at no point did I threaten anyone, get in anyone's face, raise my voice to anyone, or engage in any form of assaults. You know what? There's a part of me that believes Jon Jones in this, right? There's a part of me that absolutely believes Jon Jones did not do this, because there's a lot of people that complain about drug testers that are very invasive.
Test results. So
for which athletes?
Unnamed. As
which
far
sports?
They wouldn't say. They just said like Olympic level athletes and elite athletes and kept it very vague.
Really?
And essentially, they disclosed what they had tested positive for, and even that one of them was an Olympic caliber athlete, and their entire career they got to go until retirement without getting exposed, just because they helped USADA supposedly catch other people. And they were basically...
Well, there you have it, man. Not just USADA, but other drug testing agents have had a long history of corruption, right? I mean, you could go back to VADA, I believe, as well, with Devin Haney. But that's neither here or there. That's a controversial topic for another time and another place, and unknown to anyone about the full information or the extent of that corruption. But on any regard, yeah, so we're now in July 17, 2024. Jon pleads no guilty to a pair of misdemeanor charges stemming from March during a drug incident at his home. An Albuquerque judge rules that he can remain free pending trial. October 29, 2024, on the morning trial to begin, Jones agrees to instead attend 4 hours of anger management classes. If he completes the classes, he does not violate any of the laws for 90 days. The misdemeanor charges will be dropped. So here we are. Now we got Jones finally fighting Stipe Miocic at UFC 309. Okay. During this time of UFC 309, I had made a video of Tom Aspinall's dad talking about how he never had a plan B. Okay. And the reason why it was important to emphasize that video is because of the struggles that Tom Aspinall had came from, right? Just the struggles that he had. Imagine this guy okay, who we never thought would be anything in the heavyweight division, especially after the way that he had lost to Curtis Blades, is all of a sudden the guy that everybody is pitting to dethrone Jon Jones and to knock him off his pedestal, and more importantly, the guy that is supposed to be the one to humble him. Check this video out right here. 8 months ago, from the time I'm recording this, I made it. Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch Jon Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. Jon is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for Jon Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. Now, at this point, we're sort of delving into the twilight years of Jon Jones's moments in the octagon, right? So now we go back to Thailand, okay? After he gets that win at UFC 309, a one-sided beatdown of Stipe Miocic, who, by the way, was 42 at the time, first time competing in 3.5 years, and Jon defeats him and a lackluster two-time former world champion in a third-round TKO for his first heavyweight title defense. Now, at this point, Jon said, you know what? I fought in front of my president. I fought in front of everybody in New York. I fought in my home state that I'm originally from. This is the best way to go out. So next thing you know, here comes the springtime, okay? Not too long ago, a couple of months by the summer of which this is being recorded, okay, of 2025, while in Thailand, he goes and coaches against Nate Diaz in the Ultimate Fighter-like TV show called ALF Global Reality, where Jon Jones engages fans online who accuse him of ducking Tom Aspinall and are calling him to be stripped of the heavyweight title. Now, Jones has not defended his belt since November at that time and has only had one other fight since 2020. He says, y'all barking up the wrong tree. Jon wrote this on Twitter. I told you UFC's plans long time ago. I have no clue why they haven't shared any of that with you guys. Now, why is it that the UFC never shared that? Obviously, there could have been a multitude of reasons. Perhaps maybe they're trying to use Jon Jones as a leverage tool for their next TV contract negotiations. But yeah, man, I tell you what, Jon Jones was living his life when he was out in Thailand. Nate Diaz gets into a street fight, period. Is that surprising in any kind of way?
How's that feel? Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
Well, let's be honest about this. In reality, who can be really surprised about that? Nick and Nate Diaz have a history of going at it with people from Jason Mayhem Miller all the way to Khabib, all the way to the Logan Paul lookalike in New Orleans. So yeah, man, during the spring of 2025, you're forever going to remember that as the time of when Jon Jones and Nate Diaz were living their best life, okay? But as time goes on, okay, the UFC has finally announced on June 21st, 2025, following a UFC Fight Night card in Baku, Azerbaijan, where Dana White announces that Jones is retired and Aspinall has been promoted from interim champion to undisputed champion. And Jon Jones calls us last night and said that he retired. Dana White says, Jon is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC. I mean, wow, right? After all of that, the contract negotiations that were going behind the scenes, all this, that, and the other, this is what we get right here.
You said the timeline for Jones, 2 weeks to decide
check out my melody. Check out my melody. He says, I think your fight companion is failing. You know what? Listen, we're getting the numbers that we need on this one. That's all that it really is. You know what I mean? I was contemplating on not even doing this, bro. And to be honest with you, I really just wanted to enjoy the fights, but at the same time, I also did not want to miss out on the bag. So here's a combination of this half-ass fight companion. But either way, man, here we are enjoying the fights all together. Here's Ayman Zahabi walking out right now. Oh, of course he would walk out to a Drake song. Ayman Zahabi is walking out to a Drake song. And plus, you know, I got a lot of stuff behind the scenes that, you know, I just rather not reveal. But at the same time, you know, just keeping busy. But at the same time, hey, you know, why miss out on the bag of this fight? You know, there's a bag for this fight. We're here for it. Let's get it cracking. Yeah, there's George St. Pierre in the background right there. Yeah, when you got George St. Pierre on your side, man, nobody can beat you. You know what I mean? Nobody can beat you if you got George St. Pierre on your side. So look at who he got in his corner. GSP for Zahabi. I'm not sure who the dude is in the braids, but obviously I believe he's probably a tri-star fighter. The resemblance of Ayman Zahabi is very striking to that of Ariel Helwani, right? Just very striking similarities that they both have together. All right, so Ayman Zahabi has now walked into the cage. All right, Sean O'Malley now walking into the cage. I noticed an overall theme, right? These are, I believe, the non-orchestra, because obviously Drake is not an orchestra. Or is this real? Oh, okay, so it is. Okay, so it's a cover band. Okay, it's like a military cover band, a Marine Corps military cover band. Got it. Courtesy of the Marine Corps drum line. Wow, look at that. Sean O'Malley with the, wow, the presidential limo. Look at that. There's the Marines, and then he's walked out by. Let's find out who he's being walked out by. Okay, so Master Sergeant Earl Plummy, Medal of Honor recipient. Okay. All right, so just. Oh, Marty Mullen from LA, the firefighter. Okay, so they got like different first responders going out there. All right, everyone walking in, giving them the salute. like he's a foreign dignitary or some kind of officer or something, because most of the times you only give salutes to, let's say, officers or people that are of a commanding position, non-enlistee positions, officers, right, starting from second lieutenant all the way to colonel, major, general, a superstar. So they got somebody doing a cover band. Yeah, I guess that's all right. You know what I mean? It's a way to kind of put the Marine Corps band to use, I suppose, right? But at the same time, I guess you kind of wanted the real artist. But if you look, there's a lot of artists that are sort of boycotting this, so it's kind of hard to kind of just get the real singers or the real people that are doing these songs. You know what I mean? All right, here we go, man. Sean O'Malley with the little sugar. Oh, wow. Look at this. All right, so yeah, he does hold a victory over Peter Yan. And he wins this one. Absolutely, yeah. They set it up for a rematch for sure, right? And it's a favorable rematch towards him. So, I can't see how that would not be favorable towards him. All right, here we go, man. Bruce Buffer with the announcement. Man, they're booing the heck out of him. But that's kind of expected. Obviously, Sean O'Malley is the USA guy, so they got to root for him. All right, so far, man, very methodical round for Sean O'Malley here. Very methodical round for Sean O'Malley. I'm going to say that he backed up Ayman Zahabi a good majority of the time here. Like, just really backed him up, you know, trying to dare him to move forward of some sort. So, yeah. All right, so now continuing to walk him down here. All right, so I would say a pretty good round for Zahabi so far. So good round. Oh, man, you know, really close, I'll say, but I give it to Sean. All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, round number 2. All right, front kick by Faraz Zahabi there. Ooh, good leg kicks by Faraz Zahabi. 1-2 shot by Sean. Yeah, he's been throwing a lot of these low inside leg kicks. Yeah, they should count for something. There's another low kick right there. Okay, so he's really doing good with these leg kicks. Is Ayman Zahabi really doing good? All right, there's another one right there. I mean, look, it's really unconventional, right? It's not like Lumpidi Stadium tie level, low kicks, but damn, it is absolutely giving Sean O'Malley a different look. There's another one. You know what? They picked up game from Cheeto Vera here. He's constantly connecting with those kicks. And the crowd is yelling, USA, it can't do anything. All right, so backing him up right there. Yeah, man, Zahabi's doing a very good job right here with just, out of nowhere. Oh, my goodness, out of nowhere. Yo, Sean O'Malley caught that knockout literally at 5 hours into the live stream. Literally 5 hours into the live stream, he caught that knockout. You know what, man? That was a buzzer beater knockout right there because, honestly, O'Malley was absolutely losing that fight. TKO victory from behind. Okay? Literally at just 5 hours into the live stream, he pulls it off. So here it is, guys. We enter the 5 hours into our live stream. It's not even been a minute since he did that. He literally just did that less than a minute ago. Wow. That was out of nowhere, man. All right, we'll be right back to hear his Octagon interview.
What to do with the title, but whether it takes the fight or you're going to strip him, what do you think is more important, to keep the belt there so he can uphold his legacy, or we move the heavyweight division, take the title away from him?
John Jones called us last night and retired. John Jones is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Now, honestly, is this where the story of John Jones ends, at a random city in Eastern Europe or in Middle East, and Azerbaijan, out of all places, by the way, not to disrespect that place in any kind of way. It just seems very lackluster. But I mean, the question remains, right? Is this where John Jones's story ends? And if it does, I'm going to give you a couple of analysis on this, right? If it ends like that, nobody is ever really going to remember him ducking. I know that many people want to believe that it is Tom Aspinall who retired John Jones without even fighting him. I know that they want to say that, but I want you to remember this, right? There's the element of George St. Pierre into this whole entire mix, right? What exactly happened with George St. Pierre? Well, obviously, he vacated the belt just right after he had defended it, just right after he had defeated Michael Bisping, and decided to vacate it because he didn't want to defend it against who was the top guy at the time, who was the Tom Aspinall at the time of his division. It was none other than Robert Whittaker. Now, why did we never see that fight? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason why we never saw that fight is because George St. Pierre is a good guy. He did everything right. He was a consummate professional, not just inside the cage in the way that John Jones was, but also a professional outside of the cage in ways that John Jones wasn't. And that is the reason why people wanted to see John Jones fall. And that is the reason why people were not mad at George St. Pierre for vacating the belt the way that he did. And I'm telling you, that's really all there is to it. Many of you want to see John Jones fail. Many of you want to see John Jones get beat up. You want to see that image of John Jones laying on the ground, looking up at the ceiling, knocked out, beaten up, bloodied, which you've already seen him in several fights, one with Alexander Gustafsson, but the problem is he didn't lose that fight. So therefore, many people believe that him winning and him constantly being on top is just enabling him. I mean, look at all the charges that we had just gone through in his rap sheet all throughout this whole entire video, right? What we got out of that was nothing more than just absolute chaos to the highest order, right? And yet he kept dodging law enforcement. He kept All right. Let's hear what Sean O'Malley has to say here with Joe Rogan. He's talking about manifestation. He said that the reason why he was able to do this was because of manifestation, he said. He said it should have been Peter Yan. I agree, man. Him and Peter Yan would be a great matchup. I mean, now that Merab is out of the way, I think they can definitely slip Sean O'Malley in there. And I think that this particular White House card, I think, is going to elevate his game. But we're going to have to see what the ratings are going to come out on this one. I know this one did some pretty good numbers on the channel right now. Today, I did a live stream about Carmelo Anthony. That did like 4.5. This one is doing a couple of thousand. So, yeah, man, let's get it cracking. Kept dodging prison time, and by the end of it all, it wasn't really all that of a serious charge, right? But at the same time, it was enough to somehow hinder his life, to hinder all the situations he had going on, right? To hinder the best that he could have possibly been. I mean, look, imagine the guy was 23 years old, the youngest light heavyweight champion of all time, probably the youngest UFC champion of all time across all weight divisions. And this is what happens to him, right? He gets a Nike deal. All of a sudden, it gets dropped. He gets all these accolades from UFC Hall of Fame, all these title defenses, only for him to become literally the Darryl Strawberry of MMA. Now, that is sad to say, but I really emphasize this, right? I know a lot of people right now are saying that his legacy is tainted because he ducked Tom Aspinall. Listen to me. There is a reason why he ducked Tom Aspinall, because eventually Tom Aspinall may lose right before his career ends. And when he does, guess what John Jones is going to do? Like a true villain, he's going to stand right there and say, see, guys, I told you so. I told you that Tom Aspinall was going to lose. I told you that I am the greatest of all time. I never lost. Now, that is the villain side of him. The GOAT side of him is that he is a guy who is accomplished inside the cage. But guess what? Like all people across all different forms of life, right? Just because you're great at what you do at your job, it doesn't mean that you're a great person behind closed doors. And that is a reality for a lot of people. That's a reality for a lot of athletes. Look at Michael Jordan. There's a lot of people that don't like Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan is a D-I-C-K head. And you know what? So is Kobe Bryant. So are a lot of people that were high-strung athletes. But you know what? What's crazy about this is there are athletes out there that don't need to be like that. They can still be talented. They can still be gracious at the same time, but also humble. Ronaldo comes to mind. Lionel Messi comes to mind. Wayne Gretzky comes to mind. George St. Pierre comes to mind. And why do I keep bringing up George St. Pierre? Well, it's as simple as this. George St. Pierre did it right, and he did it with integrity, and he never got into the things that John Jones had gotten into. Look at this thumbnail that we got on John Jones right now, right? There's the cops behind him, and then there's the octagon on the other side, and there's a split screen of two faces that he has going on, very similar to that of my profile pic. Now, why do I have a profile pic like that? Because I believe in human psychology, and I believe that humans have a high complex reality into their actions, into their overall daily activities, and also something that pattern recognition could not recognize, such as, for example, in the latest news that we have in NYC, speaking of NYC and John Jones's latest victory in NYC, there was a shooting that had happened in NYC, which I have covered on my live stream, right? Nobody knows or understands why this guy did what he did. Now, obviously, he was targeting the NFL from what I had understand, but at the same time, I'll bet you that a lot of people are going to say the following: oh, he was such a nice guy. He was a great guy, this and that and the other. Same thing when I watched the 7/7 bombing of London's documentary on Netflix. All the people that had committed this atrocious act, what did they say about these people before they had committed the atrocious act? They say, well, he was a good teacher. He was a good provider. He was good to his fellow peers, this, that, and the other. But you know what? That is why I tell you guys, human beings have a high complexity to which we could never understand. And with that in mind, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man. Fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
all right, man. So we are literally just into the co-main event of the evening already. My, how that went really quickly, right? If you think about it, that was literally like a 3-hour card. Like these 7-8 fights, I think they're pretty good. I think they need to start kind of implementing this in a way, right? It's not bad. It's not bad to have cards like that. 7 and 8. Oh, what is this? Conor McGregor. Hold on. And Max Holloway. He says he's going to flick his face over and over again. Oh, they're on screen with each other right now. And Joe Rogan is live at the White House while they are interviewing them from Dublin and Honolulu. Okay, so they're probably going to show the entirety of that interview later down the road. Yeah, that should be interesting to see, man. Conor McGregor going at it with Max Holloway. I'm going to be very honest with you guys about that, right? I think Conor McGregor is inactive in ways that Max Holloway is not. Now, look, you can say that Max Holloway lost a 5-round fight against Oliveira. Fine. He was in there active. His loss to Oliveira is a lot worth more than Conor McGregor having boxing smoker shows in Dublin. So either way, man, it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes down, man. We are on to the co-main event of the evening, guys. ground, hitting him with 12 to 6-point elbows, and it was all over from there. Now, Alex Pereira is now the champion. The UFC is happy that he is world champion. And to be quite honest with you, I am not happy that he is world champion because I'm going to be honest with you. I had a lot of biasness going into this fight due to the fact that I love Ankalaev for the most obvious reasons that I don't need to go into. But on any regard, it is combat sports by the end of the day. Anybody can win at any given time, and it is just the reality of the situation. Let's hear what he has to say to Joe Rogan right now real quick before we continue on.
Você foi pra cima, isso surpreendeu. Não me surpreendeu, eu tinha isso desde a primeira luta. Mas eu falei pra todo mundo, eu não sou de dar desculpa, mas eu não estava bem. Hoje eu estou bem, eu provei pra todo mundo. It didn't surprise me. I saw that in the
He said it didn't surprise him.
but I've been saying I wasn't well that night. Tonight I'm fair.
Okay. So that's the other factor going into this, right? He said that he wasn't well the first time. You know what, man? A lot of fighters make these types of excuses every time, right? This time around, it's very difficult to deny Alex Pereira of that. Due to this performance, how can you deny the fact that he was actually really hurt last time? Look, a lot of guys make all types of excuses. Conor McGregor said something to the effect that his toe was like a balloon when him and Khabib were fighting. And by the way, that's coming up in a couple of days of its anniversary. Either way, a lot of people looked at that as an excuse, right? Manny Pacquiao mentioned he had a shoulder injury when he fought Floyd Mayweather, taken away from Floyd Mayweather's win. Well, Alex Pereira said in the last fight he had a broken hand. You know what? It made a difference this time. You want to know why it made a difference? Because at first I thought, you know what? It wasn't his foot that was broken. So therefore, whatever footwork we saw out of that fight, it's the same thing that we're going to see out of this one. The only difference is that him having a broken hand is really detrimental to his knockout power. And this time he proved exactly why that is.
At the top of the mountain. Ladies and gentlemen, the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, Alex Pereira. And always filled with thoughtfulness that
And there it is, right? So I just wanted to play that right now live in the moment as it happens to give you guys a glimpse of what is going on right now, the thrill, the agony, and defeat. This is all that I really have to say about that, right? We could talk about the kicks and the punches all day. We could talk about the speculations of whether he was really injured or whether he wasn't. The fact of the matter is, here's what you have to learn about combat sports, right? It is ups and downs, thrills and agonies and defeats and everything in between. So as much as he's doing his Andrew Tate dance celebration right now, okay, other nights he was laid out, knocked out cold by Izzy and, defeated by Ankalaev for 5 rounds. Tonight, it's a little bit different. It is him that is the victor. It is him that is now the 2-time undisputed 205 champion and potentially now the face of the UFC, right? How can you deny that, right? He has the marketability. He has the likability, whether I like it or not. A lot of people love the whole Shama thing. A lot of people love the content that he does with Nina Drama, this, that, and the other. I tend to not like it. I personally think that I would rather see fighters look as stoic as humanly possible. Look at this. Now he's right there with Mark Zuckerberg, dapping it up with Mark Zuckerberg. Okay, that's fine. Mark Zuckerberg is one thing, but then collaborating with Nina Drama and all this other foolish stuff that they have going on, I'm just not down with that whatsoever. But to each its own. He deserves his victory, and to the victory is how they write the history to how they deem fit. And if he deems fit that this is how he wants to celebrate and how he wants to go out and how he wants to present himself, let him do so, because he is a winner. But by the end of the day, you know, there are winners and losers in the octagon. And by the end of the day, you still have to go home to your family, no matter what it is that you believe or no matter what it is that you stand on. But on any regard, that is Alex Pereira with this win right now. What does Jiri have to say?
I will find a way for Alex in the third match.
What would be different this time around?
You know, as you saw the fight, there was a pressure. There was a pressure from Alex. And in this my last fight with Khalil, I really understand I need a pressure from opponent, from myself, and in that case, I'm working the best. I'm doing the best. So I just need to accept who I am and just go through every time. And
So basically, what he's talking about right now is his fight tonight with Khalil Roundtree. By the way, Merab got a win, 5-round decision against Corey Sandhagen. Nothing that we didn't expect. That was exactly how we would have drawn it up. So what Yuri is talking about is simply this. He wants to go in there, impose his will, fight a firefight, create chaos the way that he did against Khalil Roundtree, because Khalil Roundtree is a very methodical fighter, very conventional Muay Thai fighter. Whereas with Jiri, he's also a very technical fighter, but technical in a sense where, you know what, he is unconventional and he is very difficult to read. So as such of being difficult to read, he had to create something different when two methodical guys are having a chess match at each other. What did he do? He created the chaos, and throughout the chaos, he came out of the fire as the more durable guy between the two and created an advantage for himself to win this fight. Now he is the #1 contender. Merab is still champion, and Alex Pereira is now once again the undisputed 205 champion of the world. That is all that I have for this one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. All right, guys. So we're just awaiting the arrival of Pereira. I'm sorry, not Pereira. Cyril Gane right here. Yeah, what Cyril Gane coming out to sounds like some African music or some sort, like some Afro-Caribbean music, to be exact. You know, but yeah, really interesting. And you know what? Listen, the timing of this whole entire card was pretty cool if you think about it, right? The timing was really perfect. Look, they had a little bit of a delay. The delay was like, what, 30 minutes? And by like 5:40 standard, the first fight had already popped off. And now here we are in the 6th fight of the night, going into the 7th. And yeah, main event, Ilia Topuria and Justin Gaethje right here at the White House. Yeah, so here's my interaction with Cyril Gane and his coach right here. I had to add that in there, right? Just adding a little bit of, you know, there's a storyline to how I'm sort of conducting this live stream, right? All these documentaries and videos that I'm talking about, these people are going to eventually fight them in the future. So here we are. Yeah, his game plan, Alex Pereira, is to do exactly what? To strike. That is what he is trained to do. He's going in there to strike, and that's it. He's not doing anything else other than striking at you. Oh, okay, it's a little too much volume in that part right there. Okay, a little better now. Yeah, Cyril Gane showing off a little bit of his dance steps here. All right, so now we got Alex Pereira. You know they're going to give him a grand entrance, man. You know this. You know they're going to give him a grand entrance. Look at this. Look at this. They're doing like a Native American thing going on here. Some sort of like Native American dance. Except it's the Native American in the side of South America, where they kidnap Maduro. All right, here's Alex Pereira walking down what looks like the West Wing. Sao Paulo, Brazil. Okay, the Wall of the Presidents. All right, so Alex Pereira walking out right now. The well-rehearsed walkout that he did is now going to put it to display right in front of the claw. Alex Pereira doing his signature walk, the walk of the warrior towards the presidential seal right there. And then he pulls, I'm coming with my arrow. There's Paulino in the background. There's Teixeira. Wow, look at the fireworks on this one. They had to do it for Alex. He deserves it. He deserves this type of fireworks. Of all the times that he was called into action, Conor McGregor gets pulled out. He comes in there, takes one for the team, right? Just constantly taking one for the team. That's Alex Pereira in a nutshell, boys. And that is why he's in the position he's at right now to fight in the biggest stage in the mall. All right, so here's Alex Pereira right now walking into the cage. Here we go, Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira. Chama. Shama, 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 shama. I don't know how to say anything else, but I'm going to just say shama, shama, shama. I hear the Native American songs playing in the background. There we go, man. Alex getting ready in the prep point. One of the most accomplished combat athletes in the sport, man, really. Kickboxing champion, double champion at that, double champion in MMA, now looking to be a triple champion. Yo, Alex Pereira's pretty huge, man. He is a huge mother effer, bro. Look at him. Really huge dude. Look at everybody in the ellipse right there. Look at that. All right, so here's the tail of the tape. 38, Alex Pereira. 36, Cyril Gane. 6'4" versus 6'4". 251 versus 248. Wow, Cyril Gane is actually the lighter guy. Okay, this is very interesting. This is going to be a very interesting matchup, guys. Yo, look at the spear. Look at the spear right there, man. It has this like Paris vibes to it, doesn't it? Like if you think about it, right? It has a little bit of like these Paris vibes. Like the Eiffel Tower type of building. Remember, they built this structure in Belgium and then they shipped it over to Philadelphia, very similar to like what they did with the Eiffel Towers as a gift. Or no, I'm sorry, the Liberty, the Statue of Liberty, the French gave to the Americans. All right, so here we go. Alex Pereira is now announced. Cyril Gane has been announced. We got ourselves a co-main event at the White House. Co-main event of the evening. Sanctioned by Donald Trump and his crooked regime. All right, let's get this thing cracking, y'all. All right, here we go. Cyril Gane bouncing up and down. There's Alex Pereira right there getting ready for round number one. Let's go, guys. They said Cyril, what's his name? Tom Aspinall is watching somewhere. Indeed, he is. Obviously, this is going to be of some interest to him, right? Why would it not be? If you think about it, yeah, why would it not be of interest to him? All right, Cyril Gane bouncing really well, right? Really elusive. Okay, there's oblique kicks right there. There's another high kick by Alex Pereira. Low kick by Cyril Gane. And Pereira responds back with a low kick of his own. Standing jab with Cyril Gane. Looking for a standing jab there. Okay, so Alex Pereira in the southpaw stance, I believe. No, the orthodox stance. It is Cyril Gane that's in the southpaw stance, actually. Yeah, he's not checking those kicks right there. Oh, nice high kick right there by by Pereira. Okay, there's a punch right there by Ciryl Gane. Oh, nice front kick. Really red, white, and blue colors everywhere right there. Ciryl Gane with the blue gloves looking like a Pride gloves. And Alex Pereira with the red looking like Strike Force gloves. Either way, everybody's draped out in red, white, and blue. And the blue gloves of Ciryl Gane is jabbing away at Alex Pereira right now. I would be very surprised if Alex... Ooh, how about that? He was looking for a takedown in that one. Okay, I like it, man. Looking for a takedown in that one. Okay. I think it was Ciryl Gane that initiated that takedown right there. Oh, nice front kick by Ciryl Gane. 215, 213, 211, 210 of the first round. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapped in right now. Oh, nice low kick by Alex Pereira. Oh, 1-2 shot. Alex Pereira is going to get finished. I can feel it, guys. Oh, there's a nice head kick right there. Gane really going for some aggression points here. And rightfully so. Oh, nice leg kick by Ciryl Gane. Ciryl Gane circling around. And yeah, good observation of Daniel Cormier there. Yeah, he definitely doesn't, he's not so aware of his head movement. It's like he thinks he's too tough for his own good to move his head. That's the problem with Pereira. Like he has this like over stoic mentality of like, okay, I'm just going to stand here and let you hit me. He's not moving his head. He's just very linear. And Ciryl Gane is catching it. This is everything that we sort of suspected Ciryl Gane is capable of, at least with the level of competition against Alex Pereira in the circumstances of Alex Pereira moving up a weight class like this. Exchanging of some kicks right there. Okay, there it is. He's attempting that that single leg again. Oh, it looks like Gane was going to attempt the spinning back fist on that one right there. Okay, there's a good body kick by Alex Pereira. There's another low kick. Oh, nice high kick by Ciryl Gane. High kick by Alex Pereira. Oh, that's good. Good leg kick by Ciryl Gane. Oh! There's Alex Pereira. It's always at the last end of the round where Alex Pereira starts looking extremely dangerous, isn't it? It's always like right at that end where he just has this like extremely dangerous spot about him. All right, let's hear what his corner is saying to him. The corner of Alex Pereira is telling him to circle, sometimes circle to the left. I don't know what is that in relationship to, but all right. Maybe it's because of the way that Ciryl Gane is circling around, maybe. All right, here we go. Around number 2. Alex Pereira busted up in the face. Oh, look at Ciryl Gane looking for a little bit of a handshake right there. I think he kind of knows that he's catching him. Now he's just looking to capitalize on it. Look, really good movement on Ciryl Gane. All the hardcore guys knew that this is exactly what we were going to get right here. Right? These two guys that have this ability to move around, but also the other guy having an ability to just take shots. and allowing the shots because of his lack of head movement. Oh, he just rocked Alex Pereira. Oh, Alex Pereira is done. Alex Pereira is done. He's going to finish Alex Pereira. He's going to finish Alex Pereira. He rocked Alex Pereira. Now Alex Pereira has a hard time defending himself, but Herb Dean is allowing it. Herb Dean is allowing it. Meanwhile, here's the Frenchman just going at it. Really looking to finish him. Looking to bring the French Revolution to the Brazilian. Bringing the French Revolution to the Brazilian. Ooh, oh. Herb Dean is going to stop the fight. Herb Dean is going to stop the fight right here. He is hurt. Alex Pereira is hurt. Oh, Cyril Gane! Cyril Gane! Cyril Gane has done it! Cyril Gane has done it! And he doesn't want to shake Cyril Gane's hand! He doesn't want to shake Cyril Gane's hand! Cyril Gane has done it! He said he showed up like the guy that fought Tom Aspinall. And I told you guys that is the best heavyweight in the world. The two best heavyweights in the world right now are Volkov and Gane. And that's, look at this. Boom. He catches him. Shama. F-yo Shama. He says 1 down, 1 to go. Yup. There's the upset right there. Ooh, there's one. Boom. Yeah, he was all right. I told you guys, man, late stoppage Herb Dean. That is what Herb Dean does best, is late stoppages. And now we got one more fight. Yeah, it was a perfect stoppage. I agree with it. I have no quarrels with it whatsoever. Yeah, man, let's hear what Cyril Gane has to say now, man. Wow. Yeah, they were writing him off because I told you guys, a lot of you were falling into the hype of Alex Pereira. Oh, Alex Pereira and the Shama and, the Andrew Tate dance that he does. Oh, isn't he so cool? AR says Gane beat up Pereira like he robbed his pocket money. Yes. Yes. All of us, all the hardcore guys, we predicted this. Now there's Joe Rogan ready to talk to him. Hey, Victory says we called it Kyrie. That's what I'm talking about, bro, because you know why? We know fighting, okay? We're not fanboys, all right? We watch this sport because we like learning from it and we benefit from it in our outside life, right? But Tom's going to vacate his belt now and work for Amazon. No way, dude. No way. You know what? Eddie Hearn, just too fast. That's what I'm saying. You know, Eddie Hearn is probably saying to Tom Aspinall right now, you know what, man? After me, that guy is probably one of the best heavyweights in the world right now, Tom Aspinall. And it would not be worth it for you to go back and fight that animal. No way. Not with the salary that Dana is giving you. I mean, he's slagging you off, mate. You can't go back in there. Now I'm starting to sound like a scouser at the end of it. Let's hear what Cyril Gane has to say. What was the Eddie Hearn impression spot on? You know what it is, Marty? I've been watching him for years in IFL interviews and all types of interviews, man. Shout out to Eddie Hearn, bro. He's like Dana White, very hardworking when it comes to the interviews, really doing what promoter does best, right, is talk. And yeah, man, just over the years, I've just really been studying his accent. And so I kind of figured it out after a while. AR says, I think Tyson Fury might have signed up for Zuffa Boxing. Correct. Why else would he be there? First of all, why would they have you at the White House? Okay, you, an Englishman who is tied to Daniel Kinahan. Okay, and that's probably the reason why he had a hard time coming here along with Tommy Fury. All right, and they cleared that up. They're like, what? Tyson Fury's like, I don't have anything to do with Daniel Kinahan. Daniel Kinahan was just a manager at one time of my life, and that was it. I don't know anything, but I love Donald Trump. He says, yeah, he definitely did. Definitely did what? Cyril Gane, man. Zuffa is going to make the Joshua Fury fight. And then Eddie Hearn is going to be like, oh, you know what, mate? Fuck me. I can't believe it. Dana did this behind my back. It's like as if he's treating me like some bird he's shagged or something. And just completely left me on the side of the road. I mean, absolute madness from Dana. Yo, I love the English. Shout out to the English. But tonight, man, I love the French. I love the French tonight, man. Listen, this. Hold on, let me pull this up right here. This article right here. This interaction that I had with Cyril Gane's trainer. How you like them apples right there, man? I made Fernand Lopez laugh. Can you see that? Imagine him trying to translate that to Cyril Gane, right? Hey, Cyril. All les the Arabic American said this, okay? And I say in English, okay? He looked like Anthony Joshua, father, had an affair with a French woman. Ha, 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 ha. That's how he would probably sound. There's Cyril Gane with Donald Trump right there. And there's Donald Trump Jr. There's the head of security of the UFC. That guy is a former SAS, by the way, that British guy that's escorting Cyril Gane. He says, AR says, like what people said, corruption is only open when the main people are not in on it. Okay, everyone likes the dollar bills. Skander Biko says, come on, Justin, one more. That's what I'm saying, man. Let's go. Hey, why is it that when there's more people here, okay, the chat is less popping, but when there's less people here, the chat is popping even more? Aaron Maga says, R.I.P. Chama. That's right, man. Chama. And then who are these guys? What are these Olympic? Okay, 2026 hockey. Oh, okay. The hockey team. Okay, Team USA Hockey. Team USA Hockey. Yes. All right, boys. So let's go back to memory lane when Ilya Topuria went to the Nelk Boys podcast. Oh, you know what I'm about to play for you guys.
My wife in Miami.
Really?
Yeah, she was living there.
Damn. Who says you can't meet your wife in Miami?
You can find your wife.
Put it on only in data
every year. But why are you saying that?
Huh?
Why are you saying that?
Everyone says that.
Because you go to the party and this is the only place you see, but you don't know the another part of Miami of people that just they want.
Normal.
Yeah.
Best place to work out to Miami because you can just walk outside and run the water.
Actually, I met my wife in Miami.
Really?
Yeah, she was living there.
Damn. Who says you can't meet your wife in Miami?
You can find your wife in any place in the world.
You hear that? Put that on Only in Date on Instagram. You can meet your wife in Miami.
All right, let's
Put it on Only in Date
every year. But why are you saying that?
Huh?
Why are you saying that?
Everyone says that.
Because you go to the party and this is the only place you see, but you don't know the another part of Miami of people that just They want
normal,
yeah.
Best place to work out too, Miami, because you can just walk outside and run the water.
Actually, I met my wife in Miami.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, before I go into the reaction to the sparring video, I would just like to say the Nelk boys are some of the most uneducated YouTubers I have ever seen. Okay, more so than Aiden Ross or Vitaly. And the reason why I can't stand them, believe it or not, has nothing to do with the Netanyahu interview, as controversial as that may be. There's a lot of ignorant frat boy, I don't know anything about U.S. foreign policy, naive notions that's being displayed. That's an important factor to understand about the story. Okay, the type of guys that don't know how to read the room is the best way to really put it when it comes to the Nelk boys. Now, it's also important to understand that there are some red pill ideals behind this, very similar to that of Myron Gaines, Andrew Tate, and the things that they espouse. Even though there are some ideological settings I may agree with, there's also other elements that I may not agree with in that. And that's not necessarily the video here to talk about that. But anyways, I will say picking a life partner, okay, in Miami is probably not the best place to start. So that part I sort of understand, okay? Now, Topuria did make a good point that Miami is heavily stereotyped as this place of party animals, when he was just trying to explain to the Nelk boys that Miami has normal people that go to work and go to school on a daily basis. All right. Now, I will say there is a red pill element to this story, okay? A red pill derivative behind it. At the same time, you have to understand the degenerate lifestyles these boys, these Nelk boys come from, will often lead you to a higher cynical sense of the world, okay? Because quite frankly, we don't know anything about Ilia Topuria or his wife, nor do I really care, to be quite honest with you. And I'm going to get to that as well, okay? But once again, it also is indicative of how they may perceive people due to the insane lifestyle that they have going on. Okay, the other element I would like to bring up with this is how loosely fighters put their families out there. I don't like it. I'm going to let George St. Pierre explain this one for you right now, okay? Check out what George has to say on this particular matter at hand.
I might act, a little bit crazy as a result of this.
Ariel, there's a reason why I never put my family and my real private life public. It's because, and I know if someone wants to get to me, it's easy for me. It comes from one ear and it goes out on the other one, and I don't take it personal. But if you try to get to someone that I love, or someone in my family, now it's going to be a different story. So that's why I always try to hide this part of my life, because I am a public person.
There was no.
Here we go, right? The stage is set. Obviously, Ilia Topuria now sparring Steiny, and then he spars the Somalian kid. He kind of plays around with him a little bit, this, that, and the other, trying to show his jiu-jitsu skills, showing that the Somali kid has no skills in that particular department at all. Now, here's the leader of the Nelk boys trying his best right here, gets taken down straight away right into side control position. And keep in mind, this is the guy that asked Ilia Topuria this, right? So he's absolutely going to take this personal. There's a knee on belly right there. He's trying to get up out of that position. There's the Somali kid playing as the coach / referee. Then there's Ilia Topuria right there going for a guillotine choke or a Darce choke right there, chokes him out. But then they start putting on the gloves, right? This is where it gets really interesting, all right? Ilia's kind of playing around with Steiny a little bit. He knows that Steiny is probably the weakest one out of them all, right? Has no defense whatsoever, goes down on the ground without even really getting hit that hard, right? And next thing you know, he's just walking him down easily, turning his back, just indicative of the fact that, hey, you know what? This is not a very experienced fighter to begin with. Now, what about the leader of the Nelk boys? I don't even know his name, right? I don't even know his name, but obviously this is where it gets even more vicious right here. Obviously, Stein is taking off the gloves now. He's like, next guy. He's saying to him, he's like, yeah, don't try to hurt me. All right, here's the leader of the Nelk boys. I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but he has kind of a decent stance going on here, right? So there's a 1-2 shot by Ilia Topuria, and there's a straight shot that brings him down. Look, that right there was done with absolute ill intent, right? Ill intent. So they get right back up again. They do it again.
Kayak smart filters help me find the perfect hotel room.
Well, for me,
Ilia Topuria going for the body right there, right? Body shot, straight up another body shot, right? Just to let him know, like, hey, listen, don't be asking me any of these stupid questions or this and that, make assumptions about my wife or this, that, and the other. But at the same time, I got to be honest with you, right? I really don't like when fighters do that. They put their family out there. It's not really that necessary. There's a reason why Khabib doesn't do it. There's a reason why Islam doesn't do it. There's a reason why Khamzat doesn't do it. A lot of people think Khamzat, Islam, and Khabib are all single or whatever, but they're not. They all have kids and family just like everybody else. It just so happens that people like Ilia Topuria, Dustin Poirier, people that come from a Western background, it's just what they do. But when it comes to Muslims, we're a little bit more private than that of the Western counterparts, right? And then here's the Somali kid, the token Muslim kid of the Nelk boys, right? Look how pathetic he looks, man. A pathetic excuse of a man. But on any regards, man, that is all that I have for this one. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer for MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You would never see it coming. So.
All right. So Victory says, I'm so nervous for the next one. I was watching Sweden versus Tunisia, 5-1. Wow. Okay. Scambigo says Trauma versus Hokit next. I mean, I don't know how that's going to be worth it after losing this one. Bro, Alex got Dodd walked. Yes. I had UFC in the background. AR says, why do these? Oh, okay. While you were watching the World Cup. Okay. Why did these UFC fighters be around YouTubers and content creators? I think it helps their yeah, that's right. Scan Berigo says that right. Clout and money. Ali Khan says, bro, what is your opinion on Sean winning? I mean, you know, he's a sniper of a striker. It was bound to happen. You know, but it happens. You know, I mean, it is sad for Zahabi, but you know, it is what it is. He says that's why. He says, I'm just curious what Hobby is doing. Okay, it looks like they're doing the Break My Body Down song. And you know what's crazy is that they literally had the whole Marine Corps band play most of the songs tonight because none of the artists wanted to come out and perform. He says, "I'm just curious what the F Zahabi was doing because he was giving Sean too much respect." Kamzat gassed out versus Strickland. Kamzat did not gas out, Ali Khan says. AR says, keep combat sports and family separate. Oh, okay, that's in reference to that video. It's life, work, and personal life separate. Scambergo says, Zahabi's Muslim, but Hawani is Jewish. They look the same. Who's lying? Yeah, that's a common joke that they have going on where they say that they both kind of look alike. Same social life, media, separate. Yes, correct. Strickland neutralized Kamzat's wrestling and won the exchanges, bro. He had Armin in his corner. And I'm here. He's making his own schedule training with Santos Studios. His conditioning coach was only consisting with only the best. He says, "Let's go, Justin. It's going to be another KO." He says, "All right, man. Yeah, we're in this in the main event already." Marty says, feed this little hobbit some humble pie. Who called him a hobbit, by the way? And what is a hobbit? Is that supposed to be like a description of a short person? All right, here's Justin walking out right now. Okay, so it was Hokit that called him a midget hobbit. Ali Khan says, only thing that helps Justin if Ilya has ring rust. I don't think it's long enough. Look, a year can do a lot, but you know what? A lot of champions like literally almost fight like once a year in a way. He says Hobbit is just a little troll type of person. Okay. He says so many USA flags everywhere. Yeah, man. I mean, look, let's not mince words about this, right? This is no different than any like North Korea event that they have going on. That's just kind of how patriotism and nationalism works. Just because one people are the good guys and the other are the bad guys, it doesn't mean that that the same concept doesn't apply. They do. Says AR says heavy security. Yup. Scanborough says, yes, flags are racist. Okay, well, I could kind of understand what you mean by that. I mean, considering that, the prophet, peace be upon him, said that, you should do away with nationalism because it is rotten. It is not part of the Ummah. So, okay, I can kind of understand that. But other than that, other than from, a religious perspective, what makes you, kind of see flags as quote unquote racist in a way, right? What makes you come to that conclusion? Is that from the same Islamic concept that I came up with, or is that from the concept of just overall how nationalism works? Hokit, Ali Khan is referring to Hokit, talking about Michelle Obama might actually get effed up on the streets. Scambergo says Hokit can fight. He and Gane should fight for the real title. Oh, wow. Look at these fireworks right now. Boom! There's some fireworks going on right there. He said, after what I seen today, Gane would F him up. Are you talking about Tom Aspinall? Ali Khan says the reach will be an issue and would have to throw an overhead height. Okay. Now here's Ilia Topuria coming out with some fireworks of his own and a little bit of some like bowl. You know what he reminds me of? He reminds me of kind of like Vega character, right? You know, somebody from Spain and you know, something of that sort. Yes, Scan says John smoked Gone so easy. That's what I'm saying. And then he got this big moment right here. Ali Khan says they probably did not want much Muslims on the card. No, that's not the case. You know what it is that the Muslim fighters like Conor McGregor, like John Jones, are too expensive to put on this card. So you see, that's why, look, Ilia Topuria, he's like a startup star, right? These other guys that I just mentioned are already an established star, like Islam, Khamzat, Khabib, right? Those are too expensive to put in this. Conor, too expensive to put in this. John Jones, way too expensive to put in this. Masvidal, it would have been fun to have him in here, way too expensive. Even Colby, believe it or not, Colby is actually too expensive to put in this, considering the contract that he has you know, sort of accumulated over the years. But yeah, same concept of those very expensive guys to be in here. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to tell you, you just don't understand the way of the world. He says they need to have a Taj Mahal UFC card. They did in early 2000s. This is the reason why we're here in the first place, right? Because Donald Trump has done shows with them in the early 2000s. He says these walkouts take forever. I mean, you know, you got to have like a whole military ceremony, UFC style entertainment along with it. So yeah, it is going to take forever a little bit. Oh, look at little man over here. The El Presidente. The El Presidente. The El Matador. Ilia Topuria. You're saying he looks a little slim. That's kind of crazy, right? Considering that he's like a real 145er, but that's why he looks really slim, because he's really a 145er that has serious knockout power, kind of like Conor McGregor, right? You know, he's really a 145er who just eventually, you know, blew up into his own weight category. He says, who did you end up picking? I know you were on the fence. Man. I picked Justin initially, but in all honesty, I mean, this is why I don't put money in these fights, right? I would go with Ilia Topuria as a safe bet. I think Ilia Topuria is on a high level right now, but you know what? Hey, listen, it's kind of like the U.S. hockey team beating the Soviets back in the 1980s, right? Actually, when they defeated the Soviets, that was actually a semifinals match. That was not a finals match. Okay, that's kind of like if Justin Gaethje was to win this and have that miracle on ice moment, it would literally be like the Americans winning against the Russians would be equivalent to him beating Paddy Pimblett to get here, because that's why he got this title shot in the first place. He says those stairs are dangerous. Why so? Probably for Trump, definitely for Biden. I'm sure Biden has probably fell down those stairs a few times before. He says might be able to use the power. AR says if Ilia got a punch power, then why didn't he become a boxer? I think because he has a grappling background. And you know what? That is strange, right? He is from Spain. You would think that boxing would be more available for him because Spain is very similar to that of England in, the way they, kind of prioritize programs for boxing. But he's Georgian. He has a wrestling background. He also has a judo background. So that's kind of the reason why he went into MMA as a result of that. And then plus, MMA was just starting to get big in Spain. So, yeah, he's one of the best complete fighters. Yes. He can be a hobbit as well. Scanburo says, yes, of course. Of course, man. But, some short guys can fight, and Ilia Topuria is definitely one of them. Hokit is the hobbit. Well, you know what? He's a hobbit compared to these other gigantic heavyweights. Sure, he's not a very big heavyweight, right? He's only 6'1". All right, so Ilia Topuria is now inside the cage with the American trunks. Both of them, obviously, they both have the American trunks. He has the blue, Justin in the white, I believe, or no, the red. Yeah, last minute pick. I know I picked Justin. I want Justin to win because it's a great Rocky story, right? And he's like, yeah. America supposedly needs that win, I suppose, right? But who I think is going to win in terms of fight knowledge, I'm going with Ilia Topuria, but I hope Justin pulls it off. And if he does, then you're going to hear me crash out right on this microphone. The main event of the evening. The Association of Combat Commissions that Donald Trump bribed on the side. And when the action begins, the referee for this fight, the red coat, Mark Goddard. The red coat. He says like he lost some muscle mass. Maybe he was looking to, kind of be much quicker in this one, right? I think he wanted to probably substitute because he already has power. If you got power, power is there, right? But I think he just wanted to kind of add speed into it. From the South Lawn of the White House. He says, damn, that's sick frame Ilia with the fireworks in the back. It's been a crazy production. For real, look at this. People are like, huh? What's going on? Did 4th of July start too early? Yeah, it did. Because it's Donald Trump's birthday, so he wanted to like put on extra fireworks for this one and then just have a fight in the middle of the White House. This is so crazy. He said Justin is going to be looking for the head kick. Leg. All right, here we go. Ilya Topuria. All right, here we go. All right, round one is about to begin. All right, round number one. Oh, there's Justin Gaethje starting out with a jab. Okay, nice leg kicks right here by Justin Gaethje. Oh, look at Justin Gaethje looking for a takedown here. The crowd yelling USA. Says not affecting Ilya at all, huh? Yeah. And the same story goes, he's like trying to walk him down. Oh, there's 1-2 shot. Oh, he just hurt Justin Gaethje. Oh, he just hurt him right there. Okay, so they're banging away right now, right? No technical at all. Oh, he just rocked him. Wow, he just rocked him on that one. Okay, there's a nice jab by Justin Gaethje right there. All right, that's a good jab right there by Ilya Topuria. Yeah, I think he cut him with that uppercut right there, man. Damn, bro. Yeah, he cut up Ilya on that one. Ilya's already cut up in the first round, bro. It's very unusual to see that. But look at the size difference between them, though, man. Man, yeah, really good distance control by Justin Gaethje here. Yeah, and Topuria is doing exactly that. He's just trying to press him the whole time. Like, really looking to press him here. All right, big right hand by Justin Gaethje on that one. Oh, he just hit him with an overhand right. Oh, there's a good leg kick. Oh, there's a good head kick right there. Good head kick by Justin. Oh, he just rocked him. Yo, these dudes are rocking each other right now. Topuria is in control, AR says. Yeah, Ilya is dangerous. Oh, definitely dangerous. Oh, there's another one right there. They're yelling USA right now, rightfully so. He says Gaethje is all over the place. Oh, Justin Gaethje. Oh, man, Ilya Topuria is looking to finish this off right here. They're just boxing each other, too. They're not even, okay, well, here's a little bit of some MMA here. He says go after that. Oh, that's what I'm saying, right? That's a target for Justin right there. Definitely not Tony Ferguson fights. Because the Tony Ferguson fight during the pandemic was a little bit more controlled. He says round 1 to Topuria. He says, told you he would be looking for the head kicks. Yep, he was throwing that right there. Look at this. This is all. Yeah, they really made this fight personal right here. He says, don't feed into Ilya's game. No one can hang with him in the pocket, especially with fast exchanges. You know what, man? What if Justin can? What if Justin can? Ooh, there's some good uppercuts right there. He says, you're right. I think he might cut him with that head kick. Topuria looks cut up, he said. Ilya Topuria looks really messed up, man. Like, really messed up. Like, he looks so damaged. Like, badly damaged. And the crowd yelling USA right now. Ooh, there's a good leg kick right there by Ilya Topuria. Oh, man, good exchanges, man. I'm really so locked into this fight right now. AR says Gaethje needs to keep his distance and use the jab and head kicks. Jab. True, to get the medical stoppage. Yeah. I don't think they're going to get a medical stoppage here. I mean, there's just too much on the line, right? Justin looks tired too. Yeah, he does. Because he looks tired because he's pushing all the action, right? If you're pushing all the action, yeah, I mean, for sure you're going to, tend to look tired. Oh, there's Ilya right now, walking him down, dog walking him. But Justin is not going away. I think it's going to be really hard to put away that Mexican chin of Justin Gaethje. A little bit of a lazy front leg head kick right there. Oh, he hit him in the body. Oh, you're right, man. Don't be in the pocket with Ilia Topuria, man. Damn, Justin, dumbass. Yeah. Oh! Oh, another uppercut by Ilia Topuria. Man, he's going to get stopped here, man. Oh, there's another one. Oh, there's another one. Oh, he's looking to stop him right here. And he's got him cornered too, man. Justin ain't moving anywhere. Oh, Justin got knocked down. Justin's down. Now Ilia Topuria is looking to ground and pound him right here. Oh, he's got him full mount. He's got him in a full mount position. This is unbelievable. Justin Gaethje has to fight out of this. He says, better just close the round out. Oh, why? So that he doesn't expend too much energy. He says, but he's doing any defense. He's not doing any defense, Justin. That's right. And he is a BJJ black belt as well. Oh, he's looking to roll him over. Look at this, man. Yeah, but you're not Khabib, bro. Only Khabib could do that to Justin. You ain't Khabib, bro. AR says, Justin needs to get his head together, close the round. There you go, man. The crowd yelling USA, trying to rally him on. AR says, Ilia Topuria round 2. Yeah. Yeah, hands down. I agree. 1-1, you said. Okay, out of the... Yeah, the pace is insane in this one, man. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, ride it out. Just like what DC said, right? Better just close the round out. Yeah. Damn, well, yeah, what a fight, bro. Yeah, but he's not covering the body. Yup. He says Ilya can change levels. He says, but those body shots, man, take the energy out of you. Yup. They do. All right, round number 3. Here we go, man. Okay, so now they're in a clinch position. Ilya Topuria trying to win these clinch exchanges right here. Looking like a Greco-Roman, clinch exchange right here. Justin Gaethje trying to go back to that clinch exchange. He says, both round three, both tired. Yup. AR says it's a crazy. Ali Khan says it's a crazy pace. Yup. Both are at in a state of distance. Ali Khan says Justin needs to go for an eye to get a stoppage. Yeah, good advice from Trevor Whitman. He has to go and start kicking that leg off. Justin got him in round 3. Yup. Yo, this is a very close fight, man. This could go to the distance. These are two guys that don't like to wrestle much. And, oh, he just hurt Ilya Topuria! Oh, he's looking for a Darce choke. He hurt Topuria bad, and now he's looking for a Darce choke. Wow. Okay, he doesn't have it tight. He doesn't have it tight. But Ilya Topuria is bleeding badly right now. Yeah, Topuria cut him up. Yup. Yeah, Topuria is beaten badly in the face, man. Yeah, we have never seen him like that. Oh, there's a head kick right there. Oh, wow. Justin going at it. Oh, listen, everything that we suspected about Justin and Cyril Gane, we're kind of seeing it. Yeah, Topuria is tired, and he hasn't experienced anything like this. Yeah, I think Gaethje fucks up Conor McGregor. I think that's a given, right? Oh, 1-2 shot. There it is. Oh, wow. Right hand by Justin Gaethje. Yeah, Ilya's in real trouble on this one, man. All the guys are starting to lose their undefeated streaks, man. Nobody's undefeated anymore. Gaethje 1 versus 2 Topuria as how AR has it scored. Yeah, good right hand by Ilya. Oh! He just rocked him on that one. Oh, there's another one, man. Ilya Topuria has to walk away. He's got to walk away. Oh, my God. Flying knee by Justin Gaethje. Yo, his face is busted up, man. We've never seen Topuria this beat up before. Oh, there's a head kick. Oh! He says Topuria can't see in his right eye. What are the chances at some point we're going to see Conor McGregor and Justin Gaethje? That is, if Justin Gaethje doesn't walk out and retire tonight, which I think he probably will. Oh my God, they're going to start the fight. Yo, he said that he can't see. They may stop the fight. Okay, no, they're not going to stop the fight. They're going to continue. Okay, so yeah, they're giving him a chance to recover. That is true. This is giving him a chance to recover. What? The doctor is saying no, he's letting him go. The doctor said the doctor's going to stop the fight. No way. Okay, so they're going to let it go. All right. Yeah, of course, man. That doctor would have been the most hated doctor ever. Wow, what a crazy upset that was, man. Crazy upset by Justin Gaethje out of nowhere. I mean, you know, that doctor stoppage was going to happen at some point, and that's exactly what happened right there. I mean, just the accumulation of those shots just did it right there. Yeah, he said R.I.P. Ilya, much deserved. Boys, ones for the MMA G's did it right. He got it 2 out of 2. He says, honestly happy with the result. I mean, yeah, it was quite a shocking result. I mean, that was, I think we kind of saw that coming, but, you know, it's Ilya Topuria. He's undefeated, and we never would have imagined that that would happen that way. You see, he's now, oh, there's Ali right there with Justin. Says the American Dream. Yup. Yeah, he said that's what the perseverance is about right there. Yeah, wow, man. 4th round stoppage. Didn't even come out for the 5th round. He would have eventually finished him in like the 5th round or something. Says Alex Pereira versus Gane. Yeah. There were no takedowns in this fight with Alex Pereira and Cyril Gane. There wasn't a lot of volume in the part of Alex Pereira, which was quite surprising. I mean, look, the movement of Cyril Gane was way too much for Alex Pereira to deal with. You know, the constant back and forth movement, the circling around on Alex Pereira, it was just too much for him to handle. Said he watched UFC from day one. Justin said, yeah, we're listening to Justin right now as we're recapping the event. So there's a lot of finishes here, right? How about Sean O'Malley? Finishes Ayman Zahabi. Ayman Zahabi was doing really good with the leg kicks until he caught him with that straight hand. The volume on Sean O'Malley. Ayman Zahabi was a little bit more just reluctant in some of the shots that he thrown. There were no takedowns in this fight. I'm surprised Zahabi didn't go for any takedowns. Josh Hokit obviously finishes Derek Lewis, took him down a couple of times. None of that really surprised me. None of those takedowns surprised me. But Justin Gaethje says he's got some thick-ass skin. Bo Nickal with a knockout as well. Anderson Silva front kick obviously had a lot of ground control time, took him down. A lot of ground control time, and then didn't let it pass the 2nd round, the 1st round. They didn't get to the second round, and then he got the finish right there. Diego Lopes, obviously first fight of the night, gets a TKO against Steve Garcia. Mauricio Ruffy gets a first-round knockout against Michael Chandler. I think that was kind of expected. But this doesn't mean that Michael Chandler is going to be disqualified from getting a Conor McGregor fight. He's definitely getting a Conor McGregor fight even after that loss. But yeah, man. Wow, he did not come out of the 5th round. He literally made him quit, man. Justin Gaethje made him quit. He made him quit. He did it, brother. Yup. We were definitely, I knew he could do it. Yup. This makes Ali Abdelaziz probably the greatest manager of all time. Here's for the president right there. He's like, the way he was trolling with Topuria's right hand was interesting. There's the president with his parents. So Justin Gaethje's parents meeting with President Trump. You know, President Trump's met Justin Gaethje multiple times before, right? So this is just like familiar to him. And then, you know, having a familiar face like this win this whole entire event. He said made them look worse than they were, but it helped him absorb the shot. Yeah, man. So now I think we're going to have Arman Tsarukyan and Justin Gaethje. And look, guys, I kind of like that matchup, all honesty, right? It's a good matchup because it's fresh. These two guys have never really fought each other. They've never been in each other's radar. We would assume that Justin Gaethje would just retire before Arman. But you know what? That could be what it is, man. Justin Gaethje might just retire right here. Wow, man, Justin Gaethje. He says, made them look worse than they were and helped them. What if Conor beats Max? Do you think that's going to happen, though, Victory? Be honest. Like, do you see a world where he can beat him? He says, how did Chandler look? I missed it. I'm assuming he fought like Chandler. Yeah, he did. But Mauricio Ruffy hit him with a spinning heel kick. You know, laid him out with that spinning heel kick. He says, I don't think Conor wins, but he could. Yeah, he could. He could absolutely win. All right, look at this, man. They got these fireworks going off right now. They got the Old Glory song playing right now with fireworks going off, man. And it's not even 4th of July. There's Donald Trump. There's Donald Trump and Dana White right there. He says the event was great, clean, and better. Right. And it was just nothing but finishes. Look at this, bro. Finish after finish. Justin Gaethje finish. I mean, you know, if you want to call that a finish, sure. You know, kind of made him quit. Cyril Gane, he finished Alex Pereira. Sean Malley gets a finish against Zahabi. Josh Hokit gets a finish. Mauricio gets a finish. No one really had a submission here. Everybody had a TKO. So every fight was a TKO and no submissions. Yeah, man. And they're going to keep the octagon. How about that? They're going to keep the octagon. That octagon isn't going anywhere. Wow, man. All right. So, I think we're going to call that a night, man. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to do a post-fight show. H says, insane card, dude. Yeah, it was, man. Absolutely insane card for sure. Yeah, I agree. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Facts. Facts on that, yep. H says, wow. He says, some humble pie served tonight. Right, right. Especially to two icons like Ilia Topuria and Alex Pereira. Yeah, man. Yeah, so I'm assuming, yeah, we're going to have a press conference. For sure, they're going to have a press conference. Man, yeah, that's it definitely doesn't get bigger than that. He says, let's go. Yeah. Okay, let's see what kind of post-fight show they got going on here. You know they're going to have a deep post-fight show with this one. He says it's a big party for Trump's birthday, freedom. Yep. All right, where is the post-fight show? Let's check out where the post-fight show is at right here. I wonder how the World Cup went to. I wonder how the World Cup went down today. Let me see here. All right, so we'll call this one quits. We'll be back for a post-fight recap. Like and subscribe. See you guys in the next one. Great event.
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all